Board of County Commissioners. I wanted to welcome everybody to our first commission meeting of 2021. Actually, we had a workshop last week, and it was good. We talked a little bit about the emotions of the week, which included the reprehensible action up in Washington with the Capitol scene, and obviously the unfortunate rollout and the emotions that came from that of our vaccine, and then the loss of a dear friend, Bernie McCabe, an icon in the justice system. And so, you know, it's just not lost on any of us about what all of us have been through this past year. And as we look back and think about the early goings and the fears that many of us experienced, and companies at a loss for what to do, and we're going to address one of our hero companies later in the proclamation section of our meeting for stepping up and helping when we desperately needed it. We had just amazing folks at the county that stepped up as well, and we'll talk about that in just a minute. Just an amazing year that we've all been through. Some of us, some of you, some of us have had problems with health issues and family deaths and all of the things that normally happen and that compounded. So our prayers are with all of you as you continue to battle these problems that we have. One of the things that we experienced, obviously, was also beneath the surface and above the surface was social unrest issues that we needed to address, and we'll talk about that a little bit during our first proclamation. But it was clearly a big part in our country, and then we had some other issues that went along with it that were unacceptable, injuries and private property damage and that kind of thing. But we had an awful lot going on in our country last year, and so we will continue to pull together in this county as best we can, just know that our staff is doing their best to make sure that we are responsive to you during all of this. So in any event, I just wanted to start with just a couple of comments about that. And so today we are going to start with an invocation from Pastor Bell from the Shiloh Mission Baptist Church in Dunedin. If he'll come forward and lead us in the invocation, and that will be followed by the pledge led by our Vice Chairman, Charlie Justice. Thank you.
Good morning, Pinellas.
Good morning.
And Happy New Year. Let us pray. To the Almighty God, through Jesus, we, the Pinellas County's lovers, appear before your presence, thanking you for this privilege and opportunity to stand here in this new year. Thank you for getting us through the trials and troubles of last year. And we pray and hope for your deliverance this year also, which has already started with rebellions and recklessness. That is one of the many reasons we, the Pinellas County lovers, look to you, Lord Jesus, the great deliverer. We thank you for Pinellas County, one of the better, beautiful, and blessed counties in Florida, through the distinguished and dedicated leadership of the Board of County Commission. Thank you, Lord, for allowing the Honorable Mr. Dave Edgar to chair this awesome committee, which in their attempt to make this a better year for Pinellas, when they lack knowledge, wisdom, and understanding, they can look to you, Jesus, to receive it in great abundance, thus making Pinellas maintain being a happy, healthy, and hopeful county under God by Jesus, where justice and equality reigns for all. And now, Lord, we ask your blessings upon the efforts of us all who have assembled here for the business and betterment of Pinellas. In the most precious name of Jesus, we pray. And all that agree said,
Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Pastor?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. No, you stay right there. It's fine for now. Appreciate the invocation. That was wonderful. Glad to be having that back in our chambers again. Today is an important day to recognize a true leader, Dr. Martin Luther King, who fought social injustice, civil liberties, all the issues of the day back in the 60s and 70s and in the 50s, in the 60s, and it obviously continues to this day, some of the issues that we have. A couple of months ago, I decided that I'd go over and talk to Pastor Bell about this past year, what his thoughts were about it, because he's been a friend of mine for, probably 13 years when we started celebrating Martin Luther King Day in Dunedin in 2005, 2007, somewhere in that time frame.
208.
But 208, thank
Yes.
you. So neither one of the ones I said. But he shared some of his personal experiences that he's been through and his concern for his sons while they were growing up, and just the very essence of the issues that face us today as a community. He also had some really profound, unifying thoughts about the message for today, and I just was really touched by it. So I asked him to be here this morning so that he could share a little bit about his perspective on this special day. I also asked, and he'll talk a little bit about it, but he talked about, and we've heard about, every single one of us being able to do what we can do to make a difference, and every community to do what they can do to make a difference. And so his perspective was, let's tell the small story that we have in this community in Dunedin. And so we also asked the Mayor Wojcicki from the city of Dunedin to be here, and Dr. Teresa Smalling, to be here from the city. And I asked Dr. Grego to be here, but he has a meeting this morning himself, so can't be in two places at once. We've all tried to figure out how to do that, but we've not figured that one out yet. But I asked him for a 5-minute, kind of words from the school system. And of course, being somebody who probably just like the rest of us, you get a microphone, he went to 8.5. So it's going to be a little bit longer than I wanted, but he's going to give us a small message from the educational perspective of kind of where we've been and the improvements we still have to do. So I'm going to read this proclamation, Pastor, and then present you the proclamation, and then let you and Regina, if you have any comments to make at that point. And Dr. King, as we know, devoted his life to advancing equality, social justice, and opportunity for all, and challenged all Americans to participate in the never-ending work of building a more perfect and just union. Dr. King's teachings continue to guide and inspire us in addressing challenges and injustice within our communities, including educational opportunity, academic achievement, economic empowerment, and the elimination of poverty. The King Holiday and Service Act, enacted by Congress in 1994, designated the Dr. King Holiday as a national day of volunteer service. Millions of Americans have honored the life and legacy of Dr. King by serving their neighbors and communities on this holiday through service projects that are organized by various nonprofit community, public, and private organizations. And the county recognizes that the legacy of Dr. King lives on through the tremendous work of many community organizations. And now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Pinellas County Board of County Commissioners that January 18th be recognized as Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day in Pinellas County. So, with that said, I will present this proclamation to you. We'll look this way. Microphone is yours.
Thank you, Ms. Eggers, and we'd like to thank Pinellas County for the contribution that they have done and the moving and efforts for the great work that Dr. King started some years ago. I was in high school, 12th grade, when Dr. King was assassinated. And then I thought that he gave his life because he wanted justice and equality for all Americans. I sit in Disney World at the presidential event, and I looked at different presidents that gave their life for the betterment of America. And I thought about our Constitution, how it reads and how it say government for the peoples and by the peoples. Then when we pledge allegiance to the flag, down to the very bottom, it say justice for all. I mean, that is great. So we live in a great country, and we live, for the most part, we have great people that live in America. But then there's the old cliche that say, a little leaven will leaven the whole lump. A bad apple will mess up the whole barrel, and one monkey will stop a show. And so what we have to do, we have to keep working and trying to eliminate and to root out that bad part in America, and so that everyone can proudly say, liberty and justice for all. So we thank Pinellas County for their effort that they have done. Pinellas County is a county with many cities, and most of the cities in Pinellas County have embraced the MLK movement, especially the major ones. So we're grateful for what has been done. I'm from Dunedin, a smaller town in Pinellas, but yet Dunedin has embraced it also. So I'm just grateful for all the work that has been done, and pray that we as a nation continue to strive for the betterment so that everyone can feel at home right here in America. And thank you for your effort.
Thank you, Pastor.
Amen.
Thank you. Is Regina going to say anything?
Yes, she was.
Come on up, Regina.
She's from the. She retired from the school system after 30-some years.
Speak into the microphone so they can hear you, Pastor.
Yes, she retired from the school system after 30-some years, and she's a member of the church that we are. So she'll say something. Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Eggers and the entire commission. It's a pleasure for me to stand here and to say that I was born and raised in Dunedin and attended schools and graduated from Dunedin High School. And it's a great opportunity for me to stand and to say that one of Dr. Martin Luther King's quotes was, "The ultimate tragedy is not the oppression and cruelty by bad people, but the silence over the good people." I'm happy to say that in the city of Dunedin, in 2008, we held our first Martin Luther King Day celebration, and it was instituted the Inclusion Committee. And glad to say that this board chairman was part of that group. Our leader, the Reverend Clem Bell, did not remain silent. And because of that, we had the Inclusion Committee and the celebration that went on. Today, I'm happy to report that that celebration includes many. Several churches and community groups within the city of Dunedin participate with that Martin Luther King Day celebration. Our schools are included. We have essays by our students, and we have a great crowd that attends. This partnership has created a sense of understanding, lessened the anxiety among groups of people, promoted the opening of previous closed doors of communication. People fail to get along because they fear each other. They fear each other because they don't know each other. They know each other because they have not communicated with each other. That was one of the quotes of Dr. Martin Luther King. Also, I would like to say that if we cannot fly, then run. If we cannot run, then walk. If we cannot walk, then crawl. But whatever we do, we must keep moving forward to include everyone in our lives and to support all of the activities that go on and to make sure that we respect and that we love one another. Finally, I would like to say the most persistent and urgent question is, what are we doing? Thank you for this opportunity. Let us continue to move forward and to do great things to promote diversity and inclusion, and all lives matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Regina. Beautiful. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Pastor, thank you. Regina, thank you for those words. That's beautiful. I also, when I was talking to Pastor Bell, he was talking about injustice for all, and in effect saying that all Americans matter every day. So I think that was a great message from him, and I really took it to heart. Mayor Bujalski, if you and Dr. Smalling want to come up, please. Good to see you. Good to see you. And remember the time limit I gave you, Mayor.
Okay. For those that don't know, this is my former mayor, so he likes to ride me just a little bit. But thank you for asking us to be here, and I just want to thank again Regina and Reverend Bell, because they're important parts of our community. I got on the commission in 2006, and in 2005 is when they took the applications, I believe, for the inclusion committee that Regina referred to. And I actually signed up to be on it. But then I ran for office, so couldn't participate. And Regina kind of stole a little bit of my thunder talking about what Dunedin has done. But Dunedin has always been what we like to call a delightfully different place to live. And we've embraced diversity and inclusion for a very long time. And roughly 15 years ago, we began to memorialize our very strong support for Dr. King and his values. We renamed part of Highland Avenue in his name. We also renamed one of our recreation centers in his memory. And we formed that inclusion task force of community members to help determine how we could do better. We created events, as Reverend Bell and Regina mentioned, the breakfast and the march, the essay contest. And I wanted to tell you this year's theme for the essay contest. All lives matter. We may have come on different ships, but we are all in the same boat today. So I thought that was a really awesome thing for the kids, and that was something that Reverend Bell and I know Regina had a part in creating. And then we do many events throughout the year to celebrate all kinds of diversity. And then, came last year. Several years, really, leading up to last year, with Breonna Taylor and George Floyd and others that we have heard about and watched in horror unfold in front of our eyes. And we really realized that we had more to do. The conversation wasn't over. So, we did the normal thing. We did a proclamation denouncing racism and acts of police brutality and social injustice. But more important, we resurrected our inclusion committee, and we're calling it Unite Dunedin. And here today to tell you a little bit about that new committee, or newly revamped committee, is our team leader to this important project, Dr. Teresa Smalling, the City of Dunedin HR Director.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, Commission. It's hard to follow all these great speakers, but as the Mayor said, Unite Dunedin came out of all that happened last year. It was started as an employee task force, and if it's okay, I'll just take this off.
Fine.
To promulgate what we've been talking about, making sure that we are practicing diversity and inclusion in the city of Dunedin. We called for employee volunteers, and we got 15 employees of diverse backgrounds, ethnic backgrounds, race, and we came together and in talking about our city manager, Jennifer Bramley, gave us our marching orders and helped us to form what is now Unite Dunedin in terms of what needed to be accomplished. So Unite Dunedin stands for Unite Neighbors in Thoughtfulness and Empathy in Dunedin. And what we want to, I guess the main thing that we want to get out of this is that we understand that we're all different. And instead of always highlighting the differences, we want to celebrate. We celebrate who we are, celebrate our differences, and bring those differences together to create, as someone would say, a more better union. So in the near future, we will be launching a town hall meeting for our citizens to talk a little bit more about Unite Dunedin. We did bring it before our commission, and it was approved. But our employees also want to continue internally to make sure that we're able to talk with each other, to be honest with each other, to have those uncomfortable conversations that talk about how I'm feeling as a Black person, how you're feeling as a white person, and to really create a space for greater conversation in Dunedin.
That's awesome. Thank you. Beautiful. Thank you. Come over here, guys. Guys, here with me. Wanted to give you guys one of our proclamations as well.
Oh.
Barbara, do you have? Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very
Appreciate
much.
it. Yep, good to see you. Good to see you. Okay, well, I really appreciate both of those groups, and both of them, when I talk to them, they obviously acknowledge that there's so much work still to do. But, you know, looking at the positive and looking at the positive things and the good things that we've done instead of focusing on what we haven't seem to be the message that they like to do. So we're going to go ahead and ask Dr. Grego to say a few words to us, and then we will move forward. So we'll go ahead and cue up Dr. Grego, please.
Thank you to Chairman Eggers and all the county commissioners for inviting me to participate in your commemoration of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day. This year, I've been inspired by many of Dr. King's teachings, but perhaps the quote most suited to my work as superintendent of schools has been this: if you can't fly, then run. If you can't run, then walk. And if you can't walk, then crawl. But whatever you do, you have to keep moving forward. I could tell you this has been perhaps the most challenging year of my career in education, but it's also been the most rewarding. No matter the obstacle, we never stop moving forward. We never stop pushing to creatively serve our students, our families, and sometimes crawling and sometimes walking, and yes, sometimes even flying. Our students are making tremendous strides in several key areas of focus. And even through a pandemic, we continue to implement and advance initiatives aimed at strengthening and accelerating this success at all levels. I'd like to spend a few minutes sharing some of what is fueling this success, from early childhood education through high school graduation and beyond. Last year, the district brought together a group of early childhood education experts to discuss voluntary pre-K in Pinellas County and across the state. Research shows that students who attend a quality VPK program achieve greater success throughout their educational career. Together, the group set forth 4 collective goals that are extremely ambitious to reach 90% readiness, and put actions and pilot programs in place to meet these goals across our county. I'm convinced that we will achieve these goals by working together. As we honor the life and legacy of Dr. King, I also want to highlight the remarkable achievements of our Black students and the work of our district to ensure 100% student success. One of the key indicators of success in our district is enrollment in advanced level classes and college level classes. In the Pinellas County Gifted Program, we introduced universal screening to identify all students who would benefit from gifted studies. We have seen an increase in participation across the district, but if you look at our Black students, you will see that participation has more than doubled since that began. We now have gifted education in all elementary schools and 3 full-time elementary gifted magnet programs, 1 being at Midtown Academy in St. Petersburg. Also, our secondary enrollment for Black students in advanced or accelerated courses has nearly doubled since 2017. Our latest report shows that we had over 4,200 Black high school students taking honors and accelerated courses. These include advanced placement, international baccalaureate, the Cambridge ACE program, and dual enrollment. These are all indicators that student achievement is on the rise, and our students are putting forth the effort to build a foundation for success. While we are still awaiting our official graduation rates for last year, our projections indicate that our overall graduation rate will climb to 91.5%, the highest graduation rate in the district's history. And the rate for Black students is projected to increase to 85.6%. That's up 4.3 percentage points from the previous year, and nearly 30 percentage points since 2013, when we began this work. For the first time in district history, the graduation rate for Hispanic students will surpass the overall district rate at 92.5%. Additionally, when the Bridging the Gap plan started in 2015, the graduation gap between Black and non-Black students was nearly 18 percentage points. This year, the gap is projected to shrink again to approximately 7%. I'm so proud of this achievement, and our students and our staff and our community should also be proud. But our work doesn't end with graduation. The mission of Pinellas County Schools is to prepare all students for college, career, and life. The district has launched several initiatives over the last few years to make sure every student can go to the college of their choice and pursue whatever post-secondary dream they may have. We launched Elevating Excellence for all students to aim high, know their post-secondary options, and to have the knowledge and support to navigate the college, university, and technical college selection and application process, which can and is very, very difficult. In the spring of 2019, we opened our first college and career center at Largo High School, and have added 4 more centers at Boca Ciega, Gibbs, Clearwater, and Pinellas Park. And over the next few years, all our high schools will have a college and career center on site. Elevating Excellence has been seen locally and nationally as an innovative and needed program. I know that through this program, students will continue to have greater access to the colleges of their choice, no matter their background or circumstances. We have already seen the evidence of this. 5 of our seniors last year earned Quest Bridge National College Match Scholarships, which provides a generous financial aid package that covers the full cost of attendance, including tuition, room, board, books, supplies, and travel expenses. 5 students from one district is quite remarkable. These students were selected from nearly 15,000 applications and were accepted to some of the most prestigious colleges and universities in the nation. But these are just some of the many, many success stories here in Pinellas County. Through all of this, I want to impress upon each of you that we're building scholars and strong leaders throughout our district, leaders who have the ability and the drive to impact our community and the world. We have so many examples of scholar leaders that we could share But as we honor the work of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., perhaps none greater than the Unity Gathering and Walk that took place January 2020 before COVID became our focus. The efforts were organized by the Clearwater High School's Civil Rights Freedom Ambassadors, who have turned their passion for equality and peace into a club, a class, and a movement. Students planned and organized a historic Unity event featuring special guest Linda Blackman Lowry, the youngest person to participate in the Voting Rights March of 1965. Nearly 1,000 students gathered at Clearwater High School, and then, as you can see, the march across the Clearwater Memorial Bridge to symbolize the famous march in Selma, Alabama. It was truly a historic day for Pinellas County Schools and could not have been more beautifully executed. What a tremendous example of leadership, passion, courage, determination, and unity. It truly embodied the spirit of Dr. King. I assure you that this remarkable event was just the first of many wonderful things that Pinellas County School students accomplished this past year. And those accomplishments must not get lost in the turbulence of our time. While we have made great strides, there is still much, much work to be done. I look forward to working with the Board of County Commissioners, especially my former colleague, Commissioner Flowers, to serve all the children and families of Pinellas County. Thank you.
I talked with Pastor Bell. He talked about access to jobs and access to education being critical to making sure that we all Americans have the same opportunities. And clearly, in the little city of Dunedin, in this county, that work is well underway. So I'm excited to hear about the progress there. We're going to move into the next item, which is really getting a chance to recognize some of our own employees. And they work hard all the time here in Pinellas County. And this past year has been certainly no exception. We have clearly continued to do the normal work of the day, but at the same time, they've had to do other work. And I'm not going to steal Barry's thunder. I'm going to ask Barry to come forward, and Kathy Perkins, who's our Director of Emergency Management, who I saw her before the meeting. I said, if I could, I'd hug you, because the work that she and her group did in leading this county through so many things that we've had to deal with, I couldn't even begin to tell you all of them. She's been amazing. Her team's been amazing. But with that, I'm going to turn it over to Barry for his comments. Thank you.
Today we're recognizing emergency management, and Kathy's up here representing an entire team that has worked so hard this past year and navigated an environment that you couldn't even imagine. So if you think back in March, we were completely looking at the way in which we work with our municipalities and prepare for hurricanes. We had contingency plans in place, and they're talking about improved communication, and then COVID. So you have seen firsthand, but I think the public needs to hear the preparation that her and her entire team stood up a network that included 18 different standing committees, working with nonprofits, working with hospital groups, working with so many, our fire and EMS personnel, to talk about how do we respond to something that we've never faced before. And they worked unbelievable hours to do that. Well then, think about the simultaneous missions. At one point, we're setting up field hospitals because we don't know what to expect. We then have to shift to emergency planning for hurricanes, and now you can't have 20 square feet per person. You need 60 square feet per person. So all of your numbers, everything has to change. And they've navigated this. They've navigated without complaining. I go over and I see a staff that is just motivated every day because they want to help. And so they're constantly having to shift priorities. They're constantly having to come up with new ideas. They're constantly having to work out with our community partners to execute on plans in this very changing environment. So Kathy's here representing, and Kathy personally herself has just worked unbelievable hours to try to navigate a very difficult situation. But her and her entire team have just been a shining light on what it means for public service. They have worked diligently. They do it because of their love for what they do and their care for the community. And so I just couldn't be more proud of her and her team on their efforts this past year. And so we wanted to recognize them first with our employee recognition for all of their efforts this year, and just send a heartfelt, a sense of gratitude for all of that they've done this past year to try to keep us safe. So thank you.
Thank you, Barry. Come on up, Kathy. Yeah, I know. Kathy, would you like to say a few words before we get started? But I think everybody, I agree, stand up and give this scale.
Thank you so much. I think we've got a screenshot of all of my team members, or as many as we could gather today. As Barry said, it takes a team, and I couldn't be more proud of the team I work with. We've been activated for almost 300 days. We've done over 1,200 partner calls, and that was a month ago. I think this week alone for vaccines, we've probably done another couple hundred calls. We've been operating 3 warehouses. We've given out over 2 million gloves, 2 million masks, and we continue to support everything we can in the community. Here's a picture of my team, please. They never question, well, they question me sometimes, but they always do whatever we can for the community. They're always leaning forward. Our catchphrase this year was all about pivoting, as Barry mentioned. We were constantly having to think about what was the next thing, and as soon as we got presented with it, we leaned forward. We had several tornadoes in the community. We ended up with Tropical Storm Ada, which wasn't supposed to come here, and then it came here. Just tremendous work by this team. They've really helped. We've done over, like I said, 1,200 partner calls. 1 week alone in April, we had 88 partner calls, working with everybody in the community. And these are the folks that make it happen. You might not get to see them very often or know their names, but just know that they're dedicated. They've been working nights and holidays, and I couldn't be more proud to be their director. So thank you so much for recognizing the work that this team does.
Right, again. Come on, Barry. You hold it for your team. Come on, Barry. Kathy, I can't thank you enough, and you can tell by the spontaneous response to your being here how much you and your team mean to all of us, and clearly the residents of Pinellas County feel the same way. So to your team, thank you so much for everything. You guys are just the best. We love you. Take care of yourselves now. If you get a little break here and there, please take it. Get away from the work that you have a little bit to refresh. But thanks again, Kathy, for that tremendous work in 2020. And we're still going, so still lots to do. We were on the emergency call this morning, and emergency planning group call this morning, and Kathy's right in the middle of it still with all of the things that are going on, and we'll talk about that in just a minute. Our last presentation I just wanted to say is with one of our business partners. And what we're planning to do this year is bring a business in 1 month and then one of our 501c3 businesses in the next month. I thought it was particularly important that we recognize a company that has just done amazing work in just 1 year of existence. So I want to call Sean Kitchell. He's president and CEO of Matico Inc. To come forward, please. Come on up. Come up. Right over here. Okay, fine. Right there. Oh, yep. Okay, I'm going to turn it over to you in just a minute, Sean. They opened their new manufacturing facility and world headquarters in Pinellas Park on February 13th, 2020. Following 3 years of work and capital investment of $40 million, the company produces a wide variety of window films and laminates for automobile, residential, commercial, and security uses.
Less than 6 weeks later, the company was the first to donate personal protection equipment to help protect our first responders from COVID, donating clean room suits and 1,000 surgical procedure masks. The company participated in our first alternate PPE conference call on March 24th, and by March 26th, 2 days later, they had produced several prototype face shields that we've seen all over this county. Soon they were in full production, manufacturing tens of thousands of the adjustable full-face protective shields to help our frontline workers. We couldn't begin to say thank you enough. We're so grateful to Madico and proud to have you part of Pinellas County and calling it your home. So again, welcome and thank you for your incredible work this past year.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for those kind words. I'm only very happy that Madico could contribute in some small way during this whole crisis. And I've got a presentation here that we'll run through. For those of you who don't know who Madico is, and the chairman explained briefly, but we are not a personal protective equipment manufacturer. We did not make face shields. That was not in our wheelhouse or in our plans for the future. What we are is a metallizing, coating, and laminating company. So at our core, we take wide webs of different materials and we apply specialty chemical formulations or vacuum-coated metals or metal oxides to these materials, laminate them together to create structures that are used in a wide array of industries, everything from aerospace and medical to window films, as you described. So a wide array of products. We sell our products all around the world, and about half of them are exported. As the chairman had mentioned, we just moved to our new headquarters here in Pinellas Park as the pandemic began to hit. The company's 117 years old, but that's something that none of us have experienced, right? And so it was a big challenge for us going forward. If we look at how the whole face shield thing came about, it started with our desire to help and a donation. We had just had an open house on February 13th, and for that open house, we had stocked up previously on face masks and Tyvek suits that we use in our clean room environment. And so we had a surplus of these materials. We heard on the news about the critical need for these types of materials in the area, and we wanted to get those materials to where they could be best used. And so we reached out to Scott Talcott and the Pinellas County the Pinellas County Economic Development Group, and they really helped us by coming in. They collected all of the materials, and then they helped to distribute them to where the greatest need was. During this time when they were collecting, they asked us to participate on this alternative PPE conference call, and 2 or 3 days later, while on that call, we understood that there was a need for face shields. And again, we've never made face shields, but we do have transparent materials. We make optical products. We thought there was some way potentially that we could help. So I pulled together a couple of engineers after the call, and we started a little skunk works project, did some research into face shields, and as the chairman had mentioned, within 2 or 3 days, we had prototypes that we had developed and then sent to the Economic Development Group, and they then distributed those samples to local healthcare workers and emergency responders to get field testing and feedback. And they did that very rapidly. We made some modifications on our design following that field testing period. And the next step for us was then to get ANSI certification for the product. Again, the Economic Development Group was very helpful. They connected us with a local testing lab that we didn't know existed, and they helped to expedite that testing. So if we look from identification of the need to having a fully certified product, we did that in about 2 weeks, which was pretty amazing from our standpoint, because products that we try to sell and make money on can take years. But now that we had a product, we had to manufacture it. And right at this time, if you remember, we were in the peak of a lot of lockdown periods. Our employees were very frightened. And although our core business had decreased with the lockdowns, we were having a tough time actually staffing our existing processes, because our employees were had to be off for child care issues, for elder care issues, and other COVID-related items. And so in this environment, we had to create a manufacturing process and space that we isolated new employees from our existing employees, because we didn't want to contaminate any more than we had. We had to find 25 people to staff these new work processes and stations that we created. And so at that time, doing background checks was nearly impossible. Working with temporary staffing agencies was very difficult because of all of the COVID issues. So our HR team had the idea of hiring displaced family members. And because of a lot of the closures, we had a lot of children who were in college that were home. We had children who are now unemployed, or parents, our spouses. And our existing staff felt certainly much more comfortable with family members. So we brought in 25 people, and we were able to hire them within 3 days, get them trained, and our first 10,000 unit order went out to Baycare Medical Center on April 4th, so not even 3 weeks from when we started. And so we've continued to produce through that time period at a rate. By the end of the first week, we were up to 12,000 units per day being able to produce. And we did that through the summer, but as the pipeline became full and the local need was satisfied, we expanded to other places in the U.S. and then started to decline our production as those temporary workers went back to work, back to school, or found new jobs. We didn't replace them, with the idea of being out of the face shield business by Q4. But as we got into the end of August and September, we saw that there was also a need for school systems for children as they were going back to school. So we developed a different product, but again, a face shield type project for the children's market, and have been selling that through Amazon so we could get directly to the consumer since October. And we'll continue to sell that as long as there's a need, whether that's 3 months, 6 months, or a year from now. But that's, in a nutshell, kind of the history of how we got from where we were to making face shields. And when we started this,
Go ahead.
okay, we had a few objectives. Our primary objective really was to help out during the pandemic and to try to get PPE to where it was needed. And we needed to do that rapidly. And I think, by and large, we contributed and helped in those areas. The bottom points are, you know, we could do this, but we couldn't do it forever. We didn't want to, we couldn't afford to lose hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars while we did it, but we didn't want to make profit either. So we were able to make those products at a slight gross profit or gross margin so that we could distribute them as economically as we could without going bankrupt in the process. And then a side objective that really came from all of this was it really created a sense of purpose for our employees and helped to keep them engaged. Not only the employees that were assembling the face shields, but those that were making the base materials, our packaging, our transporting. And in a time when there was a lot of fear, a lot of confusion, it really helped keep our organization grounded and keep our employees moving forward. So there was some very much positive come from it in an organizational standpoint.
Well.
And I would just like to say that we generated more than $800,000 in revenue from producing those face shields, and we made hundreds of thousands of them during that time. And if we step back, there are just some key...
We're going to have a little bit of a time crunch.
Okay, we're done.
Thank you.
Okay, I just want to wrap up then by saying that we talked about the amazing things that the emergency planning group had done, but I think the county, as a member of the community, I can't thank them enough for their leadership during this time, and the things that the economic development group and the emergency planning group did were way and above, and so I really appreciate it, and they need to be applauded for their efforts.
Well, thank you. Thank you for telling a little bit more of the story of your company, and I really appreciate your efforts this past year. We clearly needed these kinds of companies, your kind of company, during these past few months, and I couldn't thank you enough for taking part of your organization and delivering a very needed product. So thank you for choosing Pinellas County and for the contributions to the economy of Pinellas. This is January 2021 from the Board of County Commissioners. So we'll take a picture. Thank you. Thank you very much. Take care. Okay. Well, we are back here for continue on with our meeting, and we're going to move currently into our public hearing piece. Kat Carpenter from our clerk's office will just make a few comments about kind of how we're going to work on procedures throughout this part of the meeting and really the rest of the meeting. Go ahead, Kat.
Thank you, Chair Eggers. I'm Kat Carpenter. I'm a deputy clerk with the Clerk of the Circuit Court and Comptroller's Office. As Chair Eggers mentioned, I just wanted to do a few comments just for members of the public who are participating today. Over the last couple of months, the Board of County Commissioners has had many discussions regarding citizen participation in meetings. In 2021, you will see some changes to how citizens are participating in meetings. We will obviously still be allowing the in-person comments for those who are showing up physically to the meetings, but for the virtual comment process, there is now a pre-registration requirement for individuals who are appearing by Zoom or by phone who wish to comment on any agenda items. They are required to pre-register by 5:00 p.m. The day prior to the meeting in order to participate virtually in the meeting and comment when their agenda item is called. To just give everybody an idea of what that's going to look like for today's meeting, for each of the agenda items, including the public hearing items, the chair will first be calling for individuals who are here physically who have signed up and registered to speak. He will be calling each of those names individually. When he has concluded the individuals who are speaking in person, he will turn the comment procedure over to the clerk, and I will announce each of the individuals who have registered or pre-registered to speak virtually by 5:00 p.m. yesterday. After I call each of those individual names and mute them to speak on the relevant agenda item, just for this meeting only, to allow for a grace period for those of you who are online right now and had wanted to speak during this meeting. We will be opening up each agenda item for public comment for those who are appearing virtually who did not have an opportunity to pre-register by 5:00 p.m. yesterday, but who do want to speak on particular items. We will be offering that. So So again, we will have the individuals who are appearing in person on the particular agenda item speak first, then the individuals who have pre-registered by 5 o'clock the day before will be speaking on the agenda item. And again, for just this meeting, for that grace period, that the chair has concluded that individuals who do want to participate virtually in this meeting and discuss an agenda item, that we will open it up for those comments as well.
Okay, thank you, Kat. And I'm sure we'll probably have to remind me during the meeting from time to time those things that you just said. So be patient with me today, please. And we've got 3 items here. We're going to go on to item number 4 on the agenda. And Kat, if you'll introduce that, please.
So agenda item number 4 is a proposed ordinance amending Pinellas County Code Section 38-73 to add a provision that ensures that the county's annual contribution to the West Bay Drive Community Redevelopment Area Trust Fund does not exceed that of the City of Largo in any given year. The public hearing was properly advertised, and an affidavit of publication has been received for filing. No correspondence has been received. The matter is properly before the board to be heard.
Thank you. Okay. Barry, did you have anything on item 4, please?
Sorry, not unless there's a question.
Okay, this is a ordinance amending the West Bay Drive Community Redevelopment Area Trust Fund so that it does not exceed, so that our trust fund does not exceed the City of Largo in any given year. Is there any questions for Barry?
Move approval.
Okay. Did you get that? Kat? Okay. So I don't have anybody that wants to speak to that here. Do we have anybody that's pre-registered that wants to speak on this item?
Mr. Chair, there are no individuals who have pre-registered to speak on this item.
Okay. Anybody else who may have called in?
Sure. At this time, if there are any members of the public who wish to comment on agenda item number 4, please raise your hand in the Zoom application or press star 9 on your phone. And Mr. Chair, it does appear we do have one individual who wishes to comment on this item. That individual is Cynthia Garrels. Miss Garrels, if you could, we are going to unmute you in the Zoom application. If you could please state your name and spell your name and state your address for the record. You will have 3 minutes to speak. Ms. Garrels? You have to unmute in order to speak, ma'am. Mr. Chair, it looks like she might be having some technical difficulties with unmuting on her end. Ms. Garrels?
Okay, well, we're going to have to go on. Appreciate that. So all in favor of this change, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Moving on to item number 5, Kat.
Agenda item number 5 is a proposed resolution requesting a countywide plan map amendment for the unincorporated parcels within the City of Largo Tri-City Special Area Plan. The public hearing was properly advertised. An affidavit of publication has been received for filing. No correspondence has been received. The matter is properly before the board to be heard.
Barry?
As we've done with other municipalities, this is for the unincorporated area of the Tri-City Agreement, and so this covers the 144 acres in unincorporated for the comprehensive plan.
And the main purpose behind this is, if you could just kind of summarize that.
So the Tri-City Special Plan designates an area where it's a coordinated planning effort, and so we have staff here that can go into more specific detail if you'd like to hear that.
I would like just a little bit, yeah.
Okay, well then let's have Evan come forward and kind of give you a brief overview.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, thank you very much. Evan Johnson, Planning Division of Housing Community Development. So the Largo Tri-City Special Area Plan has been in process with the city for probably about a year and a half now, and it essentially covers a significant area in and around the intersection of Roosevelt and 19, including some unincorporated parcels both along the 19 corridor as well as along Roosevelt Boulevard. The purpose of the plan, really as is required in the countywide plan, purpose of the plan is to really help the area evolve into a more transit supportive area over time. So they've applied both the activity center designation as well as the multimodal corridor designation. The activity center is right around the intersection of Roosevelt and 19. The corridor is along some parts of 19 as well as Roosevelt. And within that, they've identified densities and intensities, which would include some increase over time, and they will be adopting code amendments that will allow, that basically adhere to transit supportive urban design principles and those types of things. We've been working with the city since the beginning. We were at many of the public involvement sessions. They engaged in Baypoint, and both in stakeholders and workshops. And so we've always been supportive of this effort, and we think it's a great opportunity. What this will do is it will essentially begin the process for a countywide plan amendment. So you will be hearing this again from Forward Pinellas as they come to you as the CPA as well.
Okay. Commissioner Seal.
Thank you. Evan, could you describe, or if you know, how their process is going to be for the voluntary annexation?
I mean, I'm not 100%, I can't speak exactly to their process, and the individual who was going to be on the phone missed the deadline and didn't realize there was going to be a grace period today, so he's not with us today. But generally, essentially what this will do is they have been annexing generally within that area for some time. I assume that they will continue to be open to that idea, and if somebody wants to annex within the property, essentially this just begins that process and takes one hearing out of that that process that they'd have to go through. There are no, with the change in the countywide plan though, there's no change to our county future land use designations. The zoning is the same. If somebody wants to develop now, they're going to develop just like they would, before this change occurred.
Well, I know when we've talked about this previously, we've asked any and all of the cities to make sure that they publicly notify someone who's signed an indenture or, be very forthright and upfront. And I just want to make sure that's going to continue in this process. Thank you.
And we have definitely had discussions with them to make sure that the idea here was we're supporting the long-term efforts, but we wanted to make sure that the folks involved on the ground were willing and wanting to be part of it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anybody else? Any other questions? Okay, thank you. Okay, Kat, I don't have anybody in here who would like to speak to this item. Is there anybody that's pre-registered?
Mr. Chair, no, there are no individuals who have pre-registered on agenda item number 5.
Is there anybody else that may have called in?
At this time, if there is any member of the public who wishes to comment virtually on agenda item number 5, please raise your hand in the Zoom application or press star 9 on your phone. And Mr. Chair, there is one individual, Mr. David Waddell, who wishes to speak on this item. Mr. Waddell, please state your name and address for the record. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Are you there, David?
Mr. Waddell, you may have to unmute your microphone.
I have unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you really, really loudly, David.
I have unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, sir. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Let me turn down. Let me turn down my TV. Let me turn down my TV here. I'm getting feedback. I'm sorry. I didn't have my. Okay, let me get situated here. Oh boy. Yeah. Well, it's a little different now. Thank you for providing us the opportunity to sign up. Welcome back, everybody. Let me get this out of the way. I want to thank Commissioner Pat Gerard for her service last year. Great job, and welcome aboard Commissioner David Eggers and the board as a whole, and Administrator Barry Burton. I hope you guys all had a great holiday. Staff, you've been doing great work as we discussed earlier, and just welcome back to everybody and a good holiday. It was great to see an invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance. That really made my day. Regarding this annexation and the voluntary annexation, this is something new and I'm unfamiliar with, and I will have to reacquaint myself, of course, with reading the agenda because I only checked one, and there's two other items that I wish to speak to as well. But I'm not familiar with the voluntary annexation, and I do live in the High Point area, and we're one of those little segments that are surrounded by Largo, boy, we'd like to be kept abreast of that if you'd be so kind. Once again, that invocation and that pledge, I mean, God bless America, and let's all work together. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, David. Is anybody else?
Mr. Chair, there are no other individuals who raised their hand.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions from the commissioners, do I have a motion, please?
Make a move approval, please.
Did you get?
That was me.
I have a motion from Commissioner Flowers.
Do we get a second? Second. Second from Commissioner Gerard. Okay. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Let's move on to item number 6. Kat?
So agenda item number 6 is a proposed resolution designating the former Baypoint Golf Course as a brownfield site. This is the second of 2 public hearings. The public hearing was properly advertised and an affidavit of publication has been received for filing. No correspondence has been received, and the matter is properly before the board to be heard.
Okay. Commissioner Peters made the motion. Commissioner Long, second. Does anybody have any questions? Okay, I don't have anybody that's in the audience who wanted to speak to this item. At least I don't have any cards for it, and I don't have any notification ahead of time that anybody wants to speak to it. Could you check to see if there's anybody that may have registered late?
Sure. There are no individuals who pre-registered online to speak on this item, but at this time, if there's anyone who wishes to comment virtually on agenda item number 6, please raise your hand in the Zoom application or press *9 on your phone. And Mr. Chair, there does not appear to be anybody who wishes to speak on this item.
Okay, thank you, Kat. I need a motion for approval, please. Oh, we already did that. Yeah, we did that at the beginning. But we could do it again. No, kidding. We're all set. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Kat. We'll move on to citizens to be heard. And again, just as a reminder that you'll have 3 minutes. You can speak. We've allowed you to speak. If you can't make it, you can't stay, or you couldn't stay for later in the meeting, you can also speak to an item here that might be coming up later in the meeting. But in any event, we'll move first for those folks that are in the room. Aiden Barnes has a first up. So is Aiden here? Aiden Barnes. Oh, there she is.
Hello, switched it up on me a little bit, sorry. Came from those doors last time.
No problem.
All right.
If you could state your name and...
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
My name is Aiden Barnes. Thank you for having me here today. And thank you for the touching remembrance of the life and work of Martin Luther King Jr. I'm glad I was here today. Some of my favorite quotes of him were spoken today. I'd like to lead with one of his quotes. "The ultimate measure of a man is not where he stands in moments of comfort and convenience, but where he stands at times of challenge and controversy. And I'm thankful for the members of this community who have stood for what they believe. And for many of us, we've been speaking out against this mask mandate for months since it was passed in May. I'll never forget the hours and hours of phone calls. The majority were against the mask mandate from the beginning, but unfortunately it was still passed against the will of the people. And over the past few months, I mean, we tried our best to end this, but it just hasn't been ended. So last time I was here, I spoke to Governor DeSantis, tried to get the message out. Somebody could get the message out to him. We need a new executive order. This executive order needs to state no fines for businesses, like the last one for no fines for individuals. I'm hurting for the businesses that are hurting. You know, businesses in this community were shut down for 7 weeks. A lot of those businesses have not recovered. When I speak to people, they say they're still hurting financially, and to be threatened with fines, I just don't understand it. I don't understand why we're in January and this mask mandate is still here. It was just to stop the spread. It was supposed to be short term. Now we're looking at a permanent mask mandate at this point. So, I mean, I look at the Pinellas County dashboard numbers. I'm thankful the deaths have dropped. I just looked at the last data, and looks like the hospitals are still not overrun. I mean, we're in the midst of flu season, but according to the Pinellas County, Florida page, you know, flu is pretty much gone. You know, flu is gone, so it's amazing. I'm thinking that the positive tests are flu and not COVID, because we are in the midst of flu season, but there's no flu suddenly. So, I mean, one can only think that. You know, I go back to the COVID numbers from the CDC, and when they stated on their website, only 6% of COVID deaths were from COVID. The rest were, on average, 2.5 comorbidities. So, I mean, I would just like to say again, I think we should be protecting the vulnerable, and the rest of us, we need to end this mask mandate. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Aiden. Okay, next up is Nancy. It says, I think it's Obarski. Callie Alonso, you'll be after her. Nancy? We have a room next door for overflow, so it may take a little time for each of the speakers to come forward. Hi, Nancy.
Good morning.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Nancy Obarski, and I am a beachfront property owner in Indian Rocks Beach. I am one of 461 Gulffront property owners in Pinellas County that have been asked by the county to sign an easement giving up our property rights to the area from our seawall westward to the erosion control line. For me, that's about 25 feet of property. And if we don't sign our rights away, the Army Corps of Engineers is threatening not to renourish any of our beach from Sand Key to Reddington. Well, I'm one of the 52% who have refused to sign. And the reality is that after 2 years of beating the property owners senseless, less than half have signed, and 100% is what the Army Corps is requiring, or no one gets sand. The county mentioned mailing another round of easement requests to get more folks to sign. I have to ask you why the county would throw more taxpayer money at such a futile effort. Do you honestly think that you're going to get to 100% when after 2 years you're at less than half? Not to mention that some folks who did sign earlier are now requesting that their easements be rescinded because they feel duped. If the county insists on another mailing, launching another mailing, and has an interest in being truthful with the property owners, consider adding the following statement to your cover letter. By signing here, You give up your valuable property rights forever with a strong possibility that you will get nothing in return, not even 1 grain of sand. Without that statement, the county will be intentionally depriving a property owner of their property rights under false pretenses. Before addressing you today, I kept hoping against hope that you'd recognize who the bad guys really are here and stop blaming the property owners for not signing. While I hear little rumblings of that, that really hasn't happened. In fact, at least one member of this board disparages the non-signers at every opportunity. Do yourselves a favor and Google an article entitled "The Army Corps of Engineers Has Become a Rogue Agency." It's an article from The Hill. It's very interesting. Then ask yourselves how the Corps went from building bridges to threatening my single largest personal asset and promising certain ruination of our county's tourism. Look at how many cities and counties have taken a firm stand against the Corps' hostage-like tactics and join them before it's too late. It's time to face reality. More signatures are not the means to the end. It's not going to get us some sand. Thank you.
Thanks, Nancy. And there have been some efforts with the Corps to recognize their policies that we don't agree with. So we're working on it. Thank you. Okay, Callie Alonso, you're up, and then David Ballard-Geddes, you're next. Welcome.
Hi.
Hi.
So my name's Callie Alonso. I was here last time, and actually wasn't going to come speak today, but it seems that for some reason people are shy to come up here. So I want to just be a voice for those that I have spoken to. This is regarding the state of emergency, so item number 20. I spoke to people since the last meeting, different businesses, did a little bit of a survey just to see, how are folks doing? Because there are a lot of us out here who would like the state of emergency at least to be over. I spoke to one business owner. He relies on having the special events, which, as we know, pretty much are gone. There's a few, but he's lost 90% of his business. He had to let go of 3 employees, hasn't paid mortgage for 9 months. And these are stories that are heard over and over, but I don't know if you guys hear these or not. If there was a survey done to see how do people actually feel about this and how is this helping them or is it hurting them, because we need to be helping more than we're hurting. And it seems that we're actually hurting more people than we're helping. So I know it's a difficult decision with what you're doing and trying to keep everybody safe and all that. But as I mentioned before too, we are adults and we should learn how to take care of our bodies. And I think a lot of us do know how to do that. And that would probably help make your lives a lot easier too. One other note too, I spoke to people in the medical community. I have a lot of network of people I talk to and asked them, what was their opinion of this? Because I forgot who it was, but someone mentioned last time that they reached out to folks in the medical community and hadn't found anybody that disagreed with what was happening. Yet, when I reached out and asked one paramedic, he told me doesn't agree with this at all. And actually, everybody that he's spoken to, hundreds of people, they don't agree with these mandates. They don't understand why this is going on, although their voices are silenced. They're afraid to speak up because they're threatened with being fired. He was told he can't even post on social media about this subject. So how is that really getting the voices heard if we're not allowed to speak on it? So it may seem like we're all in agreement with this, but clearly not everybody is. And so I just think if you want to see what does this community want, maybe a survey should be done of what people actually want and not just a survey of just a tiny bit of people who are going to agree with continuing this, but let's see what does everybody want. So that's basically what I came here to say, and appreciate you all being here. Thank you.
Thanks, Callie.
I still have 20 seconds.
Okay. And now David Ballard-Geddes Jr. and Greg Pound, you're next after David.
Good morning, Commissioners. David Ballard-Geddes Jr. I live on Georgia Avenue in Palm Harbor. If our Supreme Court is too inept to understand that giving rise to and adjudicating law based on matters of fact, covered up, codified on the use of pronouns instead of, in place of direct objects, then our court system is either obviously maligned to the conduct of justice, or the character of our Supreme Court is deliberately loitering and henpecking in the rule of law, as is all lesser courts who fall under such a system natural to dissension, fomenting, and insurrection, entirely incompatible with the idea of government based on the pronoun it in the 14th Amendment. All are behaving profanely as to their proper purpose, deliberately committing a fugitive act seen as a fact of material defectiveness in Federalist Paper 15, seen as a crime of infamy in the Fifth Amendment. If such is the case, and it is, then our court system has given rise to a high seas constitutional crisis to be tabled against the system of our Justice Department in general. Thus, based on their own dubious propensity to mislead the Supreme Court, all the justices themselves shall become the object of prosecution recognized as felons stemming from Article 4, Section 2, from which today there is no escape. And as established in George Washington's farewell address, they have deliberately enslaved themselves to support their subversive undertakings. Contemptuously fortnighting, constitutionally shape-shifting law through the use of pronouns as fact is a fugitive and criminal act, and as a matter of material fact, it is a chargeable offense, constitutional piracy, and it has its consequences. A little bit guilty on this material fact is like being a little bit pregnant beyond a reasonable doubt. This government shall be held responsible for paying child support in the birthing of a water jurisdiction as of fact. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Greg Pound, and that's the last person I see here, and then we'll get to others after that. Welcome.
Yes, Greg Pound, Largo, Florida. I want to share what happened in D.C. while we were there on the 5th and the 6th. Black Mac Ray Johnson, who was here 2 weeks ago, Pastor Mac, myself and him and a bunch of other guys went up to D.C. And what happened at the Capitol building was the black mayor of D.C., a woman, shut down all the bathrooms in the whole city of D.C., and no one had a place to go to the bathroom. And that whole thing of that woman trying to get in there was they closed the doors on the people so they couldn't use the bathroom. Now, this was totally insane. Mac Ray Johnson, standing in McDonald's, places we bought food, wouldn't let none of us use the bathroom, and he wet his pants right in the bathroom. And then we had to drive all the way across D.C. to find a place where he can get some more clothes and change his clothes in a restroom. Now, this is what America has become. It's gotten so corrupt. That's why it says in Proverbs 23:23, it says, buy the truth and sell it not. The truth is not for sale, but our country has sold it out to its own destruction. You put money before truth. Our country's being taken over. I bought this at Publix. This is your Dole fruit mix, folks. And it's from China. It says right on it, product of China. All your stuff is coming from the Chi-Coms. This country's going to be ransacked. You're not going to have any work. They told me in D.C. 2 weeks after the 20th, they're shutting down all restaurants, all of them. The only way you're going to get food is you got to get through Uber. All the restaurants and everything is going down. They're going to shut our system down. Our politicians, you people are supposed to represent us. You work for us. We don't work for you. And you're selling us out. You become traitors to the American people. And you put the love of money more than the love before the love of truth. And our country's paying for it. To think what I've seen in D.C., there was no riots. There was nothing. The only problem we had is that when we got up to the Capitol on that last day, while we were up there, there's no place to go to the bathroom. The only bathrooms we had was in the Capitol building. They shut it down. You go look at the guy sitting in Pelosi's seat. He was a law enforcement officer from another state. Go look at all the people that were in the Capitol. These are people trying to use the bathroom. Our own politicians are destroying us. What if you people had to go to the bathroom? Go to the Pinellas County Credit Union and you can't use the bathroom. The only place in the county you can't use the bathroom is at your Pinellas County Credit Union. It's been like that for months. I said, you people use the bathroom. Why can't people who come here use the bathroom? I said the same thing in D.C. I told Mac, I said, go to the bathroom right there on the floor. Pull your pants down and crap right in the restaurant. They won't, no one will let you use the bathroom. We've told them we'll pay you. If they said no COVID-19, the mayor says no one can use the restrooms. You got thousands of people down there and no one can use the bathroom. You put yourself in that situation and see what it's about. This is what kind of, you people have become cold-hearted. So because lawlessness has increased, most people's love will grow cold. And this is what we're dealing with, traitors.
Okay. I don't see anybody else here in the room, and it seems like we have a couple folks that pre-registered. So, Kat, go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we do have 2 individuals who pre-registered to speak on agenda item number 7 under citizens to be heard. At this time, there are some members of the public who have raised their hands. I'm going to lower your hands at this point, and then we're going to go through the list of those who have pre-registered, and then I will be asking for comments from others. All right. So the first individual to speak on agenda item number 7 who did pre-register is Mr. David Pauley. Mr. Pauley, if you could please raise your hand in the Zoom application or press *9 on your phone so we can unmute you to speak on this item. And then once you are muted, if you could please state and spell your name and state your address for the record. And it looks like Mr. Pauley might be coming in from a phone line, last 4 digits, 4945. You have 3 minutes to speak, sir.
Hey, I screwed it up. This is David Happy, but I'm not the caller you're looking for. I'll go back into the queue and wait for my turn.
All right, thank you, sir. Again, Mr. David Pauley, if you could raise your hand in the Zoom application or press *9 on your phone if you are on the Zoom call.
Hi, actually, I just got a notice to unmute. This is David Waddell.
Hold on, Dave. Hold on, David. We've got somebody else ahead of you. You're next.
All right, it does not look like Mr. David Pauley is on the Zoom application right now. The next individual to speak is Mr. David Waddell, if you'd like me to move on to him.
That's fine.
Okay, Mr. Waddell, please go ahead. Please unmute.
Yes, hi, once again. What I'd like to do is talk about character and legacy. Character is our destiny. And as John Maroney once said, if our word's no good, what good are we? I'm in a bit of a pickle that I'm sure all of you read about, along with 700 other folks. It isn't just myself, but we've been trying to set aside this bayside land here because of the flooding and of the natural abundance that it provides wildlife and the community as a whole. It's known as one of the scenic routes southbound on the Bayside Bridge. Recently, we had Etta hit here, and I had a 10-inch storm surge with whitecaps. But I learned yesterday that we have a gentleman, Mr. Collins, and his wife, Mrs. Collins, seem like really great people. They had a surveyor out here from Covenant Homes, and I'm going to read to you their guiding passage. Therefore, whosoever heareth these sayings of mine and doeth them, I will liken him unto a wise man, which built his house upon a rock. And the rain descended, and the floods came, and the winds blew, and beat upon that house. And it fell not, for it was founded upon rock. That's Matthew 7:24-25, chapter 7, verse 24-25. That's Covenant Homes. Those are the folks that are going to build for Mr. and Mrs. Collins on this property that over the 15 years that I've been working with the community to try and preserve it and offset and mitigate our flooding, got the price down to $650,000 because I knew the county wouldn't be interested in it, and the outcry has been incredible. We got it down below the just market value, which made it very considerable. Currently, I understand that Barry has reached out to Mr. and Mrs. Collins, and we currently have an appraisal in process. I thought it was important to bring this to the forefront. I don't want to have another article in the newspaper. This property ranked number 4 in the county's environmental land study, and now it does deserve the attention. and I want to make sure that it gets it. Later on, we're going to talk about a resolution on the Douglas property. It's a shame that we can't come up with some moratorium on properties that have an environmental impact on this county, especially being the first built-out county.
All right, David.
And I'm hoping that the county with flood mitigation will take a more positive stance, because it appears we have a lack of urgency and communication.
Hey, David,
And-
thank you for your comments. Unfortunately, your time's up and then some, so we're going to move on. Appreciate your checking in with us. Thank you. Okay, does David Pauly come back on? Do you know?
Not that I can tell.
Okay.
So at this time, I will open it up for anybody who wishes to comment virtually on agenda item number 7, which is the citizens to be heard for non-agenda items. Please raise your hand in the Zoom application or press *9 on your telephone. And Mr. Chair, it does appear that we do have 3 individuals who have raised their hand. The first individual is coming in from the phone line. I believe he said it was Mr. David Happy, last 4 digits 4945. Mr. Happy, if you could please unmute, and you have 3 minutes to speak. Spell your name for the record, and state your address.
Hey, Happy New Year, everybody. This is David Happy from Tarpon Springs. First, David Waddell, glad to hear that you're back. There were people concerned because you were MIA for a few months. Chairman David Eggers, congratulations on your appointment. I'm representing Pinellas Watch here in Pinellas County. Everybody I've spoken with welcomes that change of leadership. Thank you for the invocation at the start of this meeting. Since July of 2020, for 6 months running, we have requested and been promised specifically by Administrator Barry Burton a response with a specific criteria as to what would trigger the state of emergency to be resolved and wrapped up. If you go north to Citrus County, if you go south to Manatee County, somewhere in the vicinity of 50% of counties do not have forced masking. And science is starting to bear out what we've been telling you all along, that there is no scientific criteria. The Department of Health for Pinellas County continues to recommend masking amidst the fact that there is no credible science at this point that vets out that these masks are making any impact. If you look county by county, it appears to be the opposite. At a minimum, there's no differentiation in COVID positivity rates or deaths from the counties that are masks versus not. So for the 7th month running, amidst promises from this commission and the unelected person you put in charge of our COVID response, we're requesting again the specific criteria that will cause the termination of the local state of emergency. Now you seem to have criteria in front of you that could include vaccination percentages or vaccinations being readily available at some point to a significant percentage of Pinellas County vulnerable residents. So again, thank you for your time. Thank you for the change of direction of this commission. Looking forward to following along on behalf of Pinellas Watch and asking for the specific criteria in which the mask ordinance and related state of emergency will be resolved and eliminated. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, the next individual is Yvette, no last name. Ma'am, if you could please state and spell your name and state your address for the record, you will have 3 minutes to speak.
Yeah, hi, Happy New Year, everyone. And it's Yvette Gaw, 9371 Blind Pass Road, St. Pete Beach, Florida. I'm here to speak on the emergency order and asking you to please rescind it and cancel it out. I understand that there is financial opportunity, and maybe you guys can clear that up, that if you do cancel the emergency order, your funding stops. But I'd like to say is you're hurting our community versus helping it. There are some key points, and I'm going to resend you guys some studies based on the meta-analysis and from doctors, from the WHO, from the CDC. And here's some key points. Decades of the highest level scientific evidence, meta-analysis of multiple randomized controlled trials overwhelmingly conclude that medical masks are ineffective at preventing the transmission of respiratory viruses. Those arguing for masks are relying on low-level evidence, none of which are powered to the counter the evidence, arguments, and risk of mask mandates. The majority of the population is at very low to almost no risk of severe or lethal disease from COVID-19. Children are at an extraordinarily low risk of dying from this disease. There are 3 million people who died in the United States of America last year. Less than 9% were with COVID. And of that 9%, really, of the 9%, it's 6% of the total, as Aiden had referred to. Masks worn properly are well documented to cause harm to their wearers. Masks worn improperly, reused, or contaminated. I don't know how many times I've seen people who've got makeup stains all over it, and you know they're just pulling it out of their car. Any reasonable risk to benefit analysis of medical masks concludes that the risk overwhelmingly outweighs the benefits, and children are at imminent risk of harm from mask mandates. So for those of you who have children, grandchildren, the psychological effects, the dehumanization of our culture and of each other is affecting, and the studies right now are not going to indicate that. These are going to be long-term studies that are harming these children. So let it be a choice. If you want to wear a mask, wear a mask. It is not effective. And I am going to forward you these thousands there's so many studies out there. And if you look at the flip-flop that happened between Fauci and the WHO, there are now, I've got all the data. So I will forward that to you. If you could please take a look at it. I know some of you got your heels dug in on this, but they're not effective. And it's hurting our businesses, and people don't want to. I don't go to a lot of businesses that I used to go to because they mandate masks. I'm not wearing a mask, and I haven't worn a mask for 10 months. Okay, so if you look at the numbers, there are therapeutics right now, and you have a 99.9% chance, and you have a higher risk of dying in a car accident and getting hit by lightning. So please, you guys, please just take a step back and take your heels out of the ground and go, this is 2021, and let's do a fair evaluation of the evidence. Okay. And it will show you. And I have doctors I will put you on the phone with.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, your time is up. Thank you. Appreciate your call.
And then, Mr. Chair, the final person to speak on Citizens to be Heard is Ms. Shannon Brooks. Ms. Brooks, when you are muted, if you could please state and spell your full name and then state your address for the record. You will have 3 minutes to speak.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Shannon Brooks. It's SHANNON. Brooks, BROOKS. I'm at 2291 Gulf to Bay, Clearwater, Florida. I'm here today to encourage you to go after the Chinese government. I do not hold the coronavirus on the U.S. government, but it is very clear that the China government has released its bioterrorism onto the world. I am demanding that our local government takes the steps to encourage higher branches of government to hold China's government responsible for this bioterrorism. This virus was released on purpose. China not only failed to contain this to their country, but they also purposely released it out onto the world. China has made profit off this virus, while the rest of the world has lost businesses, jobs, livelihoods, and most importantly, lives. It is time to see who is standing with us and who is aligning with China. We should not be fussing over mandates or punishing businesses and people for trying to live a life or to make their income. We should be holding China's government responsible for all of these fractures to our society due to this pandemic that has been caused. This is not a liberal or a conservative issue. This is a world issue brought to us by China's government. End the mask mandate and the infringement on our businesses. In 9/11 terrorist attack, we were told to push forward and not allow fear to control us. In this terrorist attack, we are told quite the opposite. We are told to give up, go home, board up, and mask up. Give us our liberties back, our businesses, and our livelihoods. For fear of this terrorism has got to stop. We are now to look to China, the very people who released this bioterrorism, for a vaccine and a cure. No, that's not right. We should be looking to our own people for the answers, not drawing down into fear. I am demanding that we hold China's government financially responsible for every life, every business, every job, and every penny that has been lost due to the COVID-19. It has been 2 years now, and I, as well as many other hardworking Americans, refuse to take the vaccine or to live in fear of this bioterrorism. My conclusion and my demands of one, hold China responsible for every penny and every damage to our liberties and every life affected negatively by this bioterrorism, COVID-19. 2, to end the mandates that infringe upon our freedoms, our Constitution, and infringe upon our rights to pursuit of happiness. 3, to investigate China's involvement in our election. 4, to demand disciplinary action against China for the virus, bioterrorism, and the meddling in our election. 5, to remove any politician.
Ma'am, sorry about that. Your time is up, and then some. Thank you for calling in.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
Mr. Chair, there are no other individuals who have raised their hand.
Thank you, Kat.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay, we're going to move on to the consent agenda. We have 12 items on there. And I just wanted to make note that item 13 is for natural gas requirements, a 5-year contract for $6.3 million. And then item 15 is a cooperative agreement with Swift Mud for $145,000. Those are the two that I could see dollar-related items on the consent agenda. Does anybody want to pull anything or have any conversation about any of those items? Otherwise, I need a motion for approval.
Move approval.
Okay, Commissioner Long, motion, and Commissioner Gerard is the second. I don't have anybody that on record here or that called in ahead of time or made appointments ahead of time. So if you could check if anybody else has called in.
Sure. So there are no individuals who have pre-registered to speak on the consent agenda, but at this time, if there are any individuals online or on the phone who would like to speak on the consent agenda, please press *9 on your phone or raise your hand in the Zoom application. And Mr. Chair, we do not have any individuals who have raised their hand to speak on this item.
Thank you. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, we'll move on to the regular part of our meeting, and that first thing up is our state of emergency, and I'll turn it over to Barry Burton. Thank you, Barry.
The first thing I'd ask is Dr. Cho to come up and just kind of give a status of the our dashboard and where we're at, and then we do have a few announcements.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yeah, speak a little louder than that.
Can you hear it? Is it working?
Yeah, it's working. You got to speak to.
Testing. Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
Good morning, everybody. In terms of some of our trends, we are continuing to see an increase in cases. If you look at our 7-day case count, it is at 586. Our 7-day percent positivity is at 10.4%. So in terms of the case counts, it is nearing the peaks that we've seen last summer when we saw that last spike. In terms of death, cumulatively, we've seen 1,129 deaths here, unfortunately, here in Pinellas County. 64% have come from the long-term care facilities. Another important factor that we monitor is hospital capacity. With the flattening curve, trying to prevent the overwhelming of the healthcare systems. If you look at the bed and ICU, it does show 19% and 17.7% availability respectively. However, I'm going to circle back on that. If you look at the COVID-occupied beds and ICUs, they have increased, unfortunately, as well, with 407 COVID-occupied hospital beds and 97 in the ICU. And again, those numbers are approaching those of what we saw in the summer. Now, we do speak to the hospitals pretty regularly. We have a hospital working group weekly to sort of report on to see what's going on in their various facilities. The concern that's been brought up almost universally has been the staffing aspect, especially the specialized nurses needed to staff those ICU beds. And while just by looking at the bed count, you do see some availability, the concern is if it's not married with the staffing, those specialized nurses to staff those beds, it's functionally a zero, unfortunately, for a number of those hospitals.
Yeah, and you go ahead and finish what you were saying, Dr. Cho. I wanted Dr. Jameson to come up. Now throughout this pandemic, people are familiar with Dr. Cho, and he's been out on the front line. But Dr. Jameson, not only is our medical director, does all the protocols for all of our EMS, fire, and ambulance, works on whether we have to divert between hospitals and things like that. But he's also an ER doctor, and he sees firsthand what's occurring. And so I think between the two of them, it gives you a better sense of what's actually on the ground occurring within our community. And that's the reason I asked him to come up to speak when Dr. Cho finishes.
Okay, I'll just end with just, if you look at some of the USF models out there, it does show us continuing to rise over the next few weeks, peaking at the end of this month, maybe into early February. So that is a concern, just given some of the pressures that our hospital systems are seeing. And from the CDC standpoint, I can say that the message really hasn't changed. It's the same preventative message you probably heard me say a million times at this point, which does include the social distancing, avoiding large gatherings, and using facial coverings. So with that, I'll turn it over to my colleague, Dr. Jameson.
Thanks, Dr. Cho. I'll share just a few other observations. I certainly agree with the points that Dr. Cho has made thus far. For the last several weeks, we've had to actively manage the flow of 911 and EMS patients between hospitals. This is done only when the hospitals become quite busy. It happens historically only once or twice a year during the height of our busy season, usually only for a few days at a time. We've now been in this mode for several weeks. The only other time that we did that really was earlier in our previous spikes during the pandemic. The hospitals do state that one of their biggest challenges right now is staffing. That continues to be a challenge. So although there are beds available in some of the hospitals, there are not necessarily folks to staff and appropriately care for people in all of those beds at the current time. So that is a challenge that's ongoing, and that may be because staff members are out sick or for any other reasons. I think there's a few other things that are worth noting. We are seeing a slight shift in cases towards younger folks. So in our first severe wave over the summer, we saw largely or a predominance of older folks, particularly from our skilled nursing facilities. The patients that we're seeing now are more across the board in terms of age range, and the average age is coming down. There is, you've probably seen in the news, some new variants or mutations, they're called. And we have seen evidence of those here in Florida. The important thing to know about those is that while we have no evidence that disease is more severe or that the vaccine will not work against them at this point, we do have evidence that they are more contagious. So if you look at the experience in the United Kingdom over the last month or so, where they've had just a huge second or resurgence, we have some concern that that same strain is now here, and therefore it is just imperative that we redouble our efforts to do the things that we know help with prevention, to once again, unfortunately we have to say it, flatten the curve. Thank you.
As you can see, we're far from out of the woods on this. In fact, we're entering a very critical period where we could easily overwhelm our healthcare system. We understand people are tired. You could see that if you went on the websites and saw the New Year's Eve parties and things like that, and they want to get back to normal. But many of our younger people will recover from the COVID, but they may spread that to a grandma. They may spread that to others, which is what they're seeing in our healthcare system. So one, we completely agree that we should extend our state of emergency. In terms of the vaccine response, we've said before that we received doses through the health department to be able to work with our nursing homes. That was a defined population group, and that was with our skilled nursing facilities, not long-term care. And they were able to go out and working as a partnership with these teams, vaccinate within our skilled nursing facilities. They had about 10,000 doses. I'll let our doctors talk about the numbers because I'll get that changes. But so they were able to do that. We then got some more vaccine fairly quickly that they were able to push out. They had 3,000 doses for that. We understand the complexities of standing up that system and overwhelming the system. I am pleased to report that both Pinellas, along with Pasco and Hillsborough County, have signed a contract with a company that's going to manage the intake process for the shots that we have. So for the vaccine that we're able to deliver, we're going to be opening up 2+ vaccination sites. And I say 2+ because it depends on how much vaccine we receive. We have vaccine, and I'm going to let Dr. Cho talk about that. But we're going to get this system up and running before we open it up. So there'll be more information that will come later this week because we're going to do our dry run and we're going to walk through and make sure the site's working and that the technology that this company's bringing. So they'll handle both the call center, they'll handle the reservations both as a call center and online, and then they'll have equipment out at the site to be able to match up the people that are coming through the door. Okay, so we're gonna field test this, we're gonna smooth out the kinks, and then we're gonna open up this distribution. But again, we're receiving a small amount in terms of the total need. A lot of the distribution is going to come through other means. I know Baycare sent out is either sent out or going to be sending out to their patients through their doctor networks saying that we'll reach out to you as we get vaccine. That's one group. There's going to be other groups that the healthcare, community healthcare, they also have received vaccine and they're reaching out to their patients. The long-term care facilities will be, there was a contract that was issued by the state with Walgreens and with CVS to be able to go to the long-term care facilities. And so they'll be doing that over a time period. We don't have that information. So we're trying to build out, and we're going to put this information on our website as we're able to receive that information to where you have a centralized spot to see. But those distribution methods are going to be built out. Because from the state, they don't know how much vaccine they're going to get. They only received this last time, so we're going to have vaccine for next week. But the state only received half of what they received the week before. So there are distribution channels that go all the way back to the manufacturers that everybody's kind of struggling with. So we're going to build out these platforms to be able to distribute, but people are going to have to be patient. This is going to take months, not days. And you're going to have to see if you have a doctor group and and you're able to go through them, obviously that's the easiest place to go through. We will have these sites, and so it's going to be a combination. But when we open up a site and we have 10,000 doses, it's going to fill up really quick, and then we're going to have to wait to see what we get the next week because we don't know. And, we can ask the state, but the state doesn't know. And that's just the problem with the distribution system. But I'll let Dr. Cho speak to that, and then we can open it up for questions.
Okay. Just to give a little background on the work to date, something that I do keep an eye on daily is and it's available at the Florida Department of Health webpage, is the county-specific number of vaccinated individuals. As of this morning, in Pinellas County, we have vaccinated over 29,000, so that's 29,078 to date in Pinellas County, really due to the work of both the health department as well as the community partners, the hospitals, et cetera. One of the projects we're working through is the nursing home pilot. We did finish the first and second dose offerings last week. I'm happy to report that we have an additional 2,100 first doses, so for a total of 8,800 staff and residents that have received at least the first dose in the nursing home, staff and residents in the nursing homes. This week, continuing to work with Pinellas EMS, fire paramedics to get their second dose. And then I think there was a question on transportation, I believe last week, working with PSTA on some plans for the transportation disadvantaged as well to get to some of those testing sites. Again, as Barry emphasized in some of the themes that he always comes back to, is it really takes a collaborative effort. We do have a large phase 1 group at 250,000, if you include the 65 plus, as well as the healthcare workers. So it's the health department, the health organizations, the hospitals, the pharmacies, really working together to really provide that access to vaccines for this group. In terms of the ALF, again, working with CVS and Walgreens through the federal project, but the state has just recently contracted with a vendor to expedite that process and bring the vaccines out to the ALFs that have not already scheduled with CVS and Walgreens. So they should be starting sometime soon here in Pinellas County, either at the end of this week or sometime next week, but the date to be determined. Now, in terms of our DOH operations, again, we are continuing to provide vaccines at our 3 main sites of Clearwater, Mid-County, and St. Petersburg. Last week, we've administered close to 1,500 vaccines. And I appreciate the county support for the scheduling aspect. We're really optimistic for this process because they not only bring the scheduling aspect, they also bring the call center, the data entry, and then sort of an entry flow process. It's been tested in other counties, and we're looking forward to working with them. So as Barry mentioned, we are planning to open the registration sometime later this week to be announced. In terms of the vaccine we received, this week, it is a little over 13,000 here in Pinellas County. The majority, some of it is from the for second dose, so we'll have about 11,200 for first dose. So with the plans for that, we plan to continue to vaccinate at our 3 CHD sites. We are going to start up the 2 or more EMS pilot sites, and again, locations to be announced later, as well as some special events. And I want to thank the great work of Dr. Jameson, who's already pre-trained the paramedics, 100 of them, on how to administer the vaccines. And Dr. Jameson, I just have to give a shout out, is that he was instrumental in even developing the statewide training plan as well. So
these sites that we're talking about standing up will be run by our fire paramedics. And Dr. Jameson led the training and the protocols and everything for that. And so, again, they've stood up. Our fire paramedics have done amazing work before. You've heard it, but I just can't thank them enough. They're going to do this in addition to their normal jobs. This is on an overtime basis, and we really appreciate their support.
And then continuing to work with the hospitals, other healthcare providers as they vaccinate their own clients that fall into the priority areas. And then from a communication standpoint, something that we're going to work with. We have a little group together to try to get that information out there. So with that, I'll stop there.
Be happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Yes, Commissioner Flowers.
Good afternoon. Thank you so very much for the update on that information and clarifying. I know that one of the ALFs that reached out to me contacted me back after we had our conversation, and they've received a phone call. So those individuals will be they should receive it this week. Something was set up for them. I did reach out to Dr. Cho only because, of course, with the article that ran and the press release or the news briefing from the governor stating that they're partnering with places of worship, a number of phone calls came in. And one place that some minorities do trust is their place of worship. So I offered to, I called my pastor first to make sure I could offer it, but I did offer to Dr. Cho that my place of worship, which is a very large church with ample area, would be more than happy to be utilized as a place to administer the vaccine, to encourage persons from the African American community 65 and older to come to a place where they may feel safe. So I just wanted to extend that openly as well. Certainly, with the whatever we need to do, we will put those measures in place. But just to offer that because it's really good to see it over in Hillsborough and to see the number of people that are coming through there. And we would love to participate if that's something that is needed on this side of the bay to encourage minorities, especially those 65 and older, to partake in receiving the vaccine. The other thing I want to say is just thank you so much for providing clarity when it comes to the number of ICU beds that are full versus what the occupancy or available occupancy is versus the number of people that are actually trained to care for those patients. So you may have available beds, but you don't have the staff that are trained to necessarily take care of patients who are really in a critical place. So thank you for sharing that factual information so that the community knows more about it. And lastly, thank you so much to administration for stepping up and partnering and coming up with a system or a call system or reservation system that can be used across counties so that persons are kind of getting the same information and able to register in the same way. And hopefully that will also allow us to pull together some more specific data points, some data numbers about the persons that have been vaccinated throughout those 3 communities. So thank you so very much to the county and your staff, certainly the EMS persons that will be providing that vaccine, because if this is something done on overtime status, it's not like they have to do it. They volunteered to do it, so I am very thankful and grateful for that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Flowers. Commissioner Seal?
And I echo those comments. Thank you for everyone who is trying to work to make this all be rolled out and help our seniors in our community. I had just 2 comments. We heard this morning, and congratulations to Barbara and Hernandez and her team, that 100,000 hits on our website, which is what I would figure was going to start happening. So in some comments that we received yesterday, it was like, why isn't it updated? So just as a suggestion, you might want to put a banner up there that says website will be updated when we have new information or something like that. Just because otherwise it's going to take our staff a lot of time to say, as of today, blah, 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 whatever. I just think that might be helpful. The other is I read about a plan in Hillsborough, since they're using the same vendor as we are, that they're going to roll it out with specific times for age groups and for a number of appointments. And it seems very logical. So I know I brought up doing some kind of lottery or something like that, but to avoid having this all crash again, I think we do need to be more logical of how we pre-register and roll this out. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Seal. Commissioner Justice?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Which vaccine are we, when we're talking about 13,000 vaccines?
The Pfizer vaccine.
The Pfizer? But that, and you said that was just the one, or part of that we're holding back?
Well, no. Something that we're going to be using this week for the second dose for a few, but 11,200 for the first dose.
And when do we know when we would expect other manufacturers, the Moderna, and then I don't know what the timeline is on the approvals on the other ones, but
it's really dependent on the vaccines. To me, and I don't know if Dr. Jameson feels any differently, but the vaccines in terms of efficacy are pretty on par, the 2 out there right now, the Moderna and the Pfizer. I think the only difference is the interval in which you get the second dose. Side effect profile is slightly different, but not much. The other difference is the time interval. Second dose is 21 days over 28 days. The hard part with the Pfizer piece is the ultra cold requirement, but outside of all of that, I would say that there's not that big of a difference between these 2 at this point. They're both about 95% effective with 2 doses.
Yeah, and I would just add that our EMTs and paramedics are trained on both and ready for whichever one comes in.
So currently we're just getting Pfizer though, right?
Right.
Okay. And then really the number one email and complaint and questions that I get, phones, social media, whatever, is, and I want to give you the opportunity just to answer the question because I don't have a good answer. My aunt in Hernando County is doing this. My cousin in Osceola County is getting this. And it's all different than Pinellas County. Why is Pinellas County so different than my relative in whatever county? And I just want to give you an opportunity to respond to that.
Well, my answer would be, we're not, okay? But in some smaller counties, depends on the amount of vaccine that they got and the distribution channel. So it may be handled through their hospital, group, and they have connections with their patients, and so they receive, dosage. They could reach out. That is occurring here too. It's just not public. But like for our community health centers, they've reached out to their patients and said, we received some vaccine, and they're doing that vaccination, and it's going on under the radar. We find out about that. It's not all the vaccine that's going through these different distribution channels does not come through the county. And so we're trying to coordinate that, put it on a common place. But the amount of vaccine is actually high, going up. We received more vaccine than Hillsborough County for what we're going to do next week. Because we have a older population. So we have as older population above 65 as Hillsborough, even though they're twice the size. So, all of that goes into it. And so we hear some of these stories. When we talk to some of our neighboring counties, they're running into the same issues. Pasco, I've heard that, you went up there and you got a shot. They did. They had a good drive-through site, but it was a very limited basis, and they were challenged with their website just like anybody else, and it filled up very quickly. That's the reason they're switching to go on the same platform that we're going on. And so we're all three going to that. It is a good platform, and it's been stress tested. It was used in Orange County, and so in fact that should give us the ability for when we receive vaccine, we have a way of getting that registration or process in a smooth manner.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that, because that's, I know it's anecdotal and I know it's like a really bad game of telephone, but that's the complaints that we're getting, and I want to share that with you so that I can respond appropriately.
And if I can ask, because I would like to, I've heard many times, why don't you just register everybody and then you can, that's because all these other distribution channels, I have no way of coordinating that. So I'd be registering someone in our system for the limited dosages that we get, when in fact they're actually going to get their shot through their doctor group if they're a Bay Care patient. And we have no way of integrating that. That would have been done at a higher level, and it just simply wasn't. So.
And I did see Bay Care, people were sharing it on social media this week. Bay Care put out a statement about they would be reaching out to their patients when available and that kind of thing. I want to go back to our numbers a little bit, and because when we hit a spike before, and again, we talked about contact tracing, and we were trying to find this magic, it's all happening at this company or this address or whatever, and we didn't find that back then. We found that it was small family gatherings and that kind of thing. Is that still the best information we have today?
Yeah, usually, so what we're finding overall, it is similar to what they're seeing almost nationally, is the small gatherings. Studies have also shown those that frequent various establishments like restaurants and bars may be at higher risk as well, just because of the fact, the close proximities, the other individuals, but for the most part, a lot of small gatherings and just groupings.
Yeah, I mean, I think we all see, I think some folks don't know that Facebook is public, and that we see the pictures of those gatherings of folks that I think most of us will look at it and go, well, I thought this guy was being really careful and then we see the pictures of the gatherings, and then it's not hard to understand why our numbers are going up. So I appreciate your work.
Thank you. Yeah, I think at the last meeting, I was expressing some, frustrations about trying to understand the distribution system that we have in the state. And somebody from my church called and said, oh, well, we could do that here at the church. And this was about a week ago. And I said, well, we're not going to be doing it through churches. Now, clearly that's changed. We are doing it through some churches, and I mean, that's fine. I'm just saying that the point being that this is a very fluid activity, and there's the part of me that just wants to get my hands around all of the information and to be able to direct our residents to where the product is going. Every one of those delivery systems that we have no control over has their own system in place to handle the calls and the registration and all of that. So we're trying, while we want to be helpful and informative, we also want to be aware and cognizant of their systems and how they're unfolding. So that if we can help them by announcing something, we will, but we don't want to hurt them by overloading a system on, like the hospitals, for instance. What we apparently are trying to control is the amount of vaccine that we get here in Pinellas County to distribute through our now soon to be two test sites, and perhaps a third if we continue to get more product.
Correct.
Okay. And so, and I, just for clarity, we're doing a kind of a test run this weekend. Are we going to start pre-registering for next week, this week as well? Is that group that we've hired going to start pre-registering? And are we going to push that information out to our residents so that we can not overwhelm any system?
Correct. So the plan right now is that later this week, we'll make the announcement of how things are going to occur. So when you'll be able to sign up, you know, and et cetera and stuff. But we want to, one, we just got the contract signed, and we want to work all the details out and the logistics out, work with our fire and EMS folks, and make sure that we're ready before we make those announcements. So it'll be a planned rollout. We are going to have a walkthrough of a site to make sure we, you know, the technology's working right and the company's on board, and then we will announce the go live.
So again, just for clarity for me listening to this morning, and also just so you know, this is all unfolding so quickly that some of the things we're hearing for the first time this morning or yesterday. So we're trying to get our hands around it as well. So this week we are going to test our system.
Correct.
And hopefully be able to roll it out next week.
That's
at
correct.
These sites for this limited number of vaccines that this distribution system, which is Pinellas County and the DOH working as partners, will deliver. And the hope is that we're going to allow our residents to call in and register towards the end of this week for next week and the following week's vaccines.
Correct.
Okay.
But again, you know, we're going to have 10,000, 12,000 vaccines, 11,000, something like that, vaccines. And so we have a limited supply, but we're going to push it out through these sites.
And I'm assuming.
And we have not announced the sites because as soon as we announce the sites, there'll be people showing up there this afternoon.
Yeah.
And so we're not going to do that.
I understand. So we're trying to manage the process as best we can. I just think that the sooner we can get the word out to start calling in, the better. It just gives more time. But and I'm assuming this group that has experience doing this, when they have filled up the registration sites for the number of vaccines that they have, are they stopping it, or are they going to continue registering for the next?
No, they'll only fill slots of which we have vaccine.
Okay, and then they'll stop that. Then there'll be a notification to people that are trying to call, please.
That is correct.
Okay. Just because that becomes one of the frustrating sites. And let's see if I had any other questions. Vaccines. Okay, I think I've got my questions answered, and I think most of the, yes, Commissioner Peters, please.
Thank you. I just have a couple, if that's all right. There's a rumor about Canadians coming in on a plane. Is there any truth to that? Can we dispel that rumor, or can we make it factual? Or?
I'm not aware of that situation here in Pinellas County. But as a reminder, and I think we touched on this last week, is for U.S. citizens coming from different states, or if they're snowbirds, we can't deny that. This is a federal program. They help fund some of the development and the distribution of the vaccines. In terms of the Canadians, I will have to seek clarifications, but I haven't heard that as an issue here at this time.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to put that out there and dispel it if that was the case. And if you haven't seen it at the health department, then I'm not going to assume that it's going through the hospitals either. So thank you for that. I have two other things. Barry, you said you do have that plan that Mr. Happy mentioned, but we haven't presented it publicly. Can we do that?
We can. I talked to Dr. Cho. We had just a few meetings. We had that information, and then our numbers started going.
Right.
And so we do have the information. We will bring that to the commission.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And then the last thing I want to say, and I don't know if we've said it with as much enthusiasm as I would like to hear, and I just want to commend Dr. Jameson on training all the paramedics and the firefighters. And I know people feel that the county, they've been really disappointed in what happened, and I understand their frustration. But I really want the people in Pinellas County to understand that, you know, we honored our emergency management team today for a reason. And they have done an outstanding job.
Thank you.
And Dr. Jameson has done an outstanding job in training so many people, and we are really prepared to set up, and I just want more enthusiasm. I know you said this, but I just want people to understand that the county is really prepared to launch whatever it takes to make sure everybody has a vaccine. And it's thanks to the foresight that Dr. Jameson had, is to make sure that we had everybody trained. So if we did get enough vaccine, we could take care of it right away. And so I'm really proud of the staff. I'm proud of you, and thank you so much for having so much foresight. And I just want the citizens to really know that the county is truly prepared to administer as many vaccines as we get as quickly as we can. It is going to take a little patience. We're not getting as much as we need, of course, for every single citizen, but I'm very excited and very proud of the teamwork that our staff have done. So thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Peters. Well said. You know, we can't, obviously, the team, the partners, everybody involved, it's just been amazing. It is very frustrating for residents who've just sitting out there wondering and not really having a good sense of it. So the more information is, as Barbara told us today, we're getting 100,000 hits on our website. So the more information that we can put out there, even if it's not time specific as far as anything, the better. I think that folks want to know. The one question I did have, just I forgot to ask you, is let's say we get 10,000 vaccines in. Are we going to make appointments for, does the system make appointments for a few more than that? Because what I hate to happen is that we have some no-shows because they're going to other locations to get their shots, and we end up with 2,000 or 1,000 that, what are we going to do with that vaccine, I guess? If we're not going to put a you know, kind of a contingency number in there, what are we going to do with that extra vaccine for people that didn't show up? How do we handle that? Because I know it has to be used within a certain period of time.
Well, first, I'd like to think that that's few and far in between, but we'll work with the group and the vendors to come up with those types of contingencies. Right now, I think just so that that we can plan accordingly to have the resources and the people and the supplies, we do have to start off with that schedule, but we will work on those contingencies as well.
Yeah, I think we need to, because these systems, as we said, don't talk to each other. Like the Baycares don't talk to our system, so we're not going to be able to know. And if I'm just anticipating, people are going to probably try to sign up in multiple places so that they can get their vaccine somewhere, and then maybe not back channel and get their names off of the ones that they did too. So I think you may have, in some cases, some extra just because the folks didn't show up. I just want to make sure we have that plan. Commissioner Gerard.
I just had one more clarification. Somebody asked me to ask this. What we're planning right now is only for people over 65.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions from the commission? We do have a few people who would like to weigh in, so I'm going to go to that first. In the room, I think we just have one person that's here, and then we'll go to the folks that registered online. We have a few of those, and then there may be some new folks that registered. So in the House will be Don Bowler, please come forward. Hi, Don.
Okay, Dawn Bowler. Data from clinical laboratories indicated a 61% decrease.
Excuse me, Don. Could you speak right into that, because I can't hardly hear you.
Is that better?
Sorry. Yeah, that's better.
Sorry.
Thank you. It's okay.
Okay, data from the clinical laboratories indicated a 61% decrease of specimens submitted September 2019 through February 2020, and March through May 2020, a 98% decrease in influenza activity. Yet the CDC estimates that 2019-2020 influenza was associated with 38 million illnesses, compared to 2018-19 that had 35.5 million, a 2.5 million increase. CDC also stated indicators of influenza activity began to decline by mid to late February 2020. Changes were attributed to both artifactual changes related to declines in routine health seeking for respiratory illnesses, as well as real changes in influenza virus circulation because of widespread implementation measures to mitigate transmission of COVID, as well as a high effective flu vaccine. Looking at the flu vaccine effectiveness, CDC shows a 39% effectiveness during 2019-2020, which is only 1% more effective than 2017-18, of which is stated was one of the worst years of influenza. When comparing death results from 2019-2020 influenza to COVID as September, the percents are as follows. Ages 0 to 4, 1.2 to 0.2. 5 to 17, 0.8 to 0.1. 18 to 49, 12.2 to 5.4. 50 to 64, 23.4 to 16.4, 65 and over, 62.4 to 78.1. Influenza having had 22,000 deaths and COVID nearly 15 times more. My apologies, but this just doesn't seem to make sense because illness-caused death doesn't discriminate against age. Looking at the risk of hospital overflow, and this is as of yesterday, There is only a 19%, yes, there is only a 19% bed and 18% ICU availability, but 72% of beds and 60% of ICU are taken due to reasons other than COVID. According to the hospital bed in use, only 10% are COVID and 26% of ICU beds are taken are COVID. Finally, I also believe it's been stated that we're fighting something we cannot see. Much like a soda bottle, we know there is carbonation in it, but we cannot see it. As you start adding disruptions, much like the immune system, such as lockdowns and threats of fine and criminal prosecution, job loss, etc., all increasing stress, anxiety, and depression, more and more instability occurs. Instead of control and containment, ultimately, you have suppressed the immune system, resulting in, and I was planning on opening this, but I won't, an explosion and a bigger problem. So my question is, are we seeing an increase in illness and severity due to an immune system disruption, given the dynamic of what are believed to be necessary measures over the past 10 months?
Okay, thank you, Don. I don't see anybody else in the House, but I do see that we have, it looks like 4 folks that pre-registered. Go ahead, Kat. Bring them on.
That is correct, Mr. Chair. We do have 4 individuals who have pre-registered to speak on agenda item number 20 related to the local state of emergency. I'm going to lower the hands that are in the Zoom application right now and just read off the list of pre-registered speakers first and have them speak first. So the first individual who has pre-registered to speak on agenda item number 20 is Karen Mullins. So Ms. Mullins, if you could please raise your hand in the Zoom application or press *9 on your phone so we can unmute you to speak on this item. And then when you are unmuted, if you could please just state and spell your name for the record and state your address, you will have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for letting me speak this morning. My name is Karen Mullins, Mullins, Dunedin, Florida. I am speaking to you today after a small emergency run-in with emergency surgery 2 weeks ago, and I'm happy to report that my fears of contracting COVID from the hospital were not met with that end. I am grateful for all the people at Morton Plant Hospital and the community who kept me safe during that visit. I do want to say that the science, the data that's coming through have absolutely mirrored our projections from the beginning of this pandemic. The numbers have increased just as we saw, just as we had predicted. We are not over this. We need to keep the emergency in effect until we get a handle on this, and we have not. And we're looking forward to the vaccinations. We're so happy that they're coming. I'd like to encourage the Commission to consider a lottery system, as was suggested by Commissioner Seal. I would also like to thank Pastor Bell for his invocation this morning. It was a delight. Thank you, Commissioners, and have a great day.
Thank you, Karen. Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, the next individual who has registered to speak is Shannon Brooks. So Ms. Brooks, if you could please raise your hand in the Zoom application or press *9 so we can unmute you to speak on this item. And then once you are unmuted, please state and spell your name and state your address for the record. You will have 3 minutes to speak. Ms. Brooks, if you would wish to speak on this item, please press *9 on your phone or raise your hand in the Zoom application. All right, and she has not raised her hand. She did speak during the citizens to be heard portion. So the next individual to speak is Ms. Yvette Gaw. So Ms. Gaw, if you could please raise your hand in the Zoom application or press *9 on your phone. You will have 3 minutes to speak on this item. And again, Ms. Gaw, I believe, spoke during the citizens to be heard. I think she's left the call at this time. The last individual who has pre-registered to speak is Ms. Norma Woods. Ms. Woods, if you could please raise your hand in the Zoom application or press *9 on your phone. When you're unmuted, if you could please state and spell your name for the record and state your address, you will have 3 minutes to speak.
Hello, my name is Norma Wood, Normawood. I'm a lifelong resident of Pinellas County, and I had called today with several questions about the vaccine, all of which have been answered. So I really would just like to thank the commission for everything they've done, including the mask mandate, the sheriff for his enforcement of the mandate, and Dr. Cho today for all of the information you have given. My husband and I are both over 65, and we've spent 24 hours this past week trying to register for a vaccine without success. We go to a physician who's in a small private practice, and his staff don't even know where they're going to get vaccines. So it's good to hear that Pinellas is really making efforts to improve the allocation and distribution of the vaccine, and we're going to look forward to registering for a vaccine hopefully very soon. And that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody else that's pre-registered? I think that was the last one, right?
That was the last of the individuals who have pre-registered, but I can open it up if you'd
Please,
like.
thank you.
All right. At this time, if there's anyone who wishes to comment virtually on the local state of emergency, please raise your hand in the Zoom application or press *9 on your phone. And Mr. Chair, we do have one individual who has raised his hand. It's Mr. David Waddell. Mr. Waddell, you will have 3 minutes to speak.
Yes, good afternoon, David Waddell, 4835 164th Avenue North, Clearwater, Florida, 33762. You guys have done an outstanding job, and a testament to that is on September 15th, I learned I needed to have my right middle lobe of my lung removed. And on November 24th, I was in Morton Plant Hospital and had the best care in the world. I walked out of there 3 days later because I had robotic assisted surgery. I did have a temperature of 103. They thought I had COVID, but it was just a reaction to the surgery. And I'm at home today, safe and sound, and I want to commend you for the job you've done. I think we ought to keep our mask mandate in order, follow all CDC guidelines, social distancing. Kids, yeah, you want to go out and have fun? Well, I can tell you, us older folks are scared, and I hope you can respect that. We'll get through this. Obviously, the state and federal level, our vaccine issue was very, very well, terribly mishandled. Like I've always said, John Wayne ain't coming. And I know Pat Gerard respects me when I say that because she's been there before. We're on our own. And we do pretty darn well, I'll have to say. And I'm so proud of all of you. Thank you. And God bless us all, everyone. Amen.
Thank you, David.
And Mr. Chair, there are no other individuals who wish to speak on this item.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Cho, one other question. I think we've been talking about the only directions that we've been given so far is that it's 65 and over now. Is there any thought being given to folks that are compromised as far as being elevated in different phases, or is it the only thing we have is 65 and over?
As a refresher on the 1A, the priorities for the state, they are the 65 plus, the long-term care residents and staff, healthcare workers, first responders. So right now, for those under the age of 65 with a chronic condition, that would fall under the next phase if we follow the CDC sort of criteria.
And I'm sure you all that are doctors that are pushing information, you guys get together and talk about that very issue and give your thoughts on it. I mean, I think there are some folks that are over 65 who might be healthier than folks under 65 who have a condition, and it's very arbitrary. But anyway, just a question. I don't have any other questions. Does anybody else? Commissioner Gerard?
Just to clarify that, that's a state directive that it be 65 and under, it's not something that we can
It is. It comes from the governor's executive order for the older than 65. And in that order, I do not believe it does the younger than 55 chronic disease at this time.
Yeah. Thank you for that. We don't want anybody leaving here thinking that we made that rule. And again, this is just something new that we're all going through. People at the state level are trying to get more vaccine to the state of Florida, and then we can push it out through these many different systems. So with no other questions, then I have a motion on the state of emergency, please.
Second.
Okay, Commissioner Gerard is the maker and Commissioner Long is the second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously, and we are now at noon. Barry, I think we're going to go ahead and take a break.
Could we get through item number 22, because we have people here that then could leave?
Okay.
This is our bond council.
Plans of,
They're expensive.
Go ahead.
Okay, item number 21 is a resolution.
22, wait a minute, 22, right?
Well, I'll just do 20. Do you want me just to do 22? Or
I want to get, go ahead and get to lunch. If 22 is the one you want to move up,
okay, so we'll
move up 22, and then we'll come back to 21.
So item number 22 is a resolution authorizing aggregate issuance of not to exceed $50.5 million of sewer revenue refunding notes. This is a significant refunding, but will save us millions over the life of the bonds, and so we would ask for your approval. And
did you get that, Kat? Okay.
And we do have Jim Abernathy's here if you have any questions.
Jim, are you here? Oh, there you are. Come up here and give some credit to whoever found this this money-saving activity.
Good morning. It's afternoon now. Jim Abernathy with the Office of Management and Budget. This opportunity was brought to us in cooperation with our financial advisor, Public Resources Advisory Group. We have two bonds that we are refunding at a much lower rate than what we're currently paying, and we'll be saving between $3.3 million and, $4.8 million to $5.3 million over the life of the loan. So this will be significant savings to the sewer fund, which will strengthen the financials of that fund. This is not general fund debt, and it is will be paid completely by the ratepayers of the sewer fund.
Okay, thank you. Thank you to you and your financial team for bringing this to us. Any questions from members? Okay, thank you, Jim. Appreciate that. I need a motion, please. Oh, thank you. Gosh. So we have a motion in a second. And do we have anybody, I don't have anybody in the room or that pre-registered, I don't think, on this one. So anybody that's checked in with us since?
So, Mr. Chair, there isn't any individuals who have pre-registered for this item, but I can open it up for comment. Please. So at this time, if there is anyone who wishes to comment virtually on agenda item number 22, please raise your hand in the Zoom application or press *9 on your telephone. And Mr. Chair, there does not appear to be anybody who wishes to speak on this item.
Okay, thank you, Kat. We have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously, and we will be in recess for a half hour. We'll start back at 12:35. Thank you. Thank you. It was a nice break. Now we're back to work again, and we're going to start with item 21. This regards the Gladus Douglas property. Barry?
Commissioners, item number 21 is a resolution authorizing the county administrator to negotiate and contribute county funds toward the purchase of the Gladus Douglas property in partnership with the city of Dunedin in an amount not to exceed $3.5 million. A quick recap of the series that led us to asking for this resolution is, in fact, that the Gladus Douglas property, the owners, the estate, estimated the property worth $10 million. We attempted to negotiate, but they were stuck on the $10 million and believe that it's worth that because of its future potential and land use. However, through two separate appraisals, the appraisals came in at $5.5 million, two independent firms within $25,000 of each other. Well, obviously, from our standpoint, we can't really pay above, the appraised value of a property. But the community really stepped forward. The community said, we don't want to risk going through a rezoning and seeing if it, in fact, has a higher land use. And so they stepped forward with private funds attempting to cover the gap. The way we come to the $3.5 million is we estimate through this, it will be a very competitive grant application through the State Forever funds. And we estimate that we can receive about $1.5 million. We may get more. We asked for $2.4 million towards the purchase of the property. Our piece would match, so we put in $2 million. The city of Dunedin put in $2 million. And it's estimated, which is a risk, that we would receive back out of the 3.5, $1.5 million that would go towards the purchase. Anything above that would go towards development on the property. And so we're asking for authorization for up to the $3.5 million. We've issued a challenge to the community to raise the remaining funds. As you are aware, we had a very large private donation in the amount of $2 million, but there's also many others that have stepped forward and discussed, and so there's a fundraising effort that is currently ongoing. If they're able to bridge the gap in funding, well, then we'll be able to proceed with the purchase. But we think this is a great community partnership. We believe it did rank very high on our list, and it has a lot of preservation value. And so we would recommend approval of the resolution to proceed. And again, it's a challenge to the community to raise the remaining funds.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody have any questions on this item? Yes, ma'am. Commissioner Long.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is, what happens if we don't get the money from the state?
Well, then, as I said, that is a risk. So we couldn't make this contingent. One of the ideas that we discussed is saying we'll purchase the property contingent upon the grant, but the grant process takes so long. The other thing that I learned as part of that process is that you can apply for multiple years. And so, if we don't receive it this year, for instance, if they, because of the state's financial situation, if they sweep the funds, well, because there's only $10 million statewide. But that doesn't prevent us the following year. And then actually, you get more points if you actually own the property. And so we feel good that at some point we would be able to get something back. Exactly how much, is unsure. But we think it's well worth the risk.
Yes, Commissioner Flowers.
Thank you, Commissioner Eggers. Not a question, but just a comment. I want to thank Barry and his staff for the continual conversations that you all have had with the groups. I want to thank the Pinellas Community Foundation for their role in kind of being the storehouse for those donated dollars that are coming in. And the city of Dunedin, because the conversations have been ongoing, but they've been positive, and Barry has kept us, I think, very well informed about the different things that have been occurring. So I just wanted to share that because, in the beginning, persons were wanting us to pay the full amount and then couldn't understand why we couldn't pay the full amount. And so it took collaboration and listening to one another to be able to come to some form of agreement. So thank you for the work that you've done. I know it was a tedious task, but thank you so very much for hanging in there and coming to what I think is going to be a real good resolve, a wonderful resolve for the community. I had a chance to go out and look at the property, and it was educational for me.
Yeah.
It was educational for me. Yeah, and I'm glad we didn't walk it. I rode it on that golf cart because you had to send the ambulance to come get me. But I learned a lot about different things and different habitats and growths that we have right here in our community. What a beautiful jewel. So thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner Flowers. Anybody else? Yeah, I just think this is a worthy project for sure. I think there's going to be more discussion later about,
February 4th.
Yeah, February 4th, thank you. Regarding this whole fund and what we're going to do in terms of prioritizing it. And as we've said, there's a lot of priorities in the county. Industrial lands have to be protected for jobs, and clearly we need some land for affordable housing. We're going to talk about that in a little bit. And then we're going to need some stormwater projects out there. So and then environmental. So there's a whole lot of demands on the lands that we have, and it's going to take a community conversation for sure. But okay, with seeing no other questions, let's go ahead and put a motion on the table.
I move approval.
Maker of the motion will be Commissioner Flowers, and the second will be Commissioner Seal. And seeing that, I don't have anybody that's here today that wanted to speak on the item, and I just see one person had registered ahead of. Oh, excuse me. Did you sign in, Dave? Okay, you can do that after we're finished. And hold on one second. I apologize. You had your hand raised. Okay, all right. Come on up, David. My apologies.
Thank you, Chairman. David Ballard Geddes Jr. I live on Georgia Avenue in Palm Harbor. I have two areas of concern that I made brief videos on. I tried to email to the commissioners a month or so ago. One property of concern would be on Curlew Road, just east of US 19. It was a multi-acre wetland, lakes. Two lakes on this parcel of property that were completely drained. Everything of existence was wiped out on this parcel of property in light of building a residential neighborhood. The ecology, the wetlands, were not respected. Another parcel of property was down the street from my house in hopes that the county was going to purchase that property, being that property was adjacent to the bicycle path, and use that property as a dog walk park, as access for people that wish to ride bicycles on the bicycle path. And again, that parcel of property, everything of existence was wiped out on that parcel of property. They elevated the property approximately 4 to 6 feet and are putting in multi-housing units. I feel as though the interest in the Hackworth property is almost, it seems to me, being that Hackworth, I don't know if Hackworth was the Hackworth that was the mayor of Dunedin, there seems to be a special interest in light of neglecting the two parcel of property that I have brought before the board. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Anybody else in the room? Is there anybody, we do have the one person, I think, that registered ahead of time.
Yes, Mr. Chair. We do have one individual who did pre-register to speak on this item. It's Ms. Karen Mullins. As far as I can tell, I believe Ms. Mullins may have left the call, but just in case, Ms. Mullins, if you're on the Zoom call under a different name, please raise your hand in the Zoom application or press *9 on your telephone. And Mr. Chair, it appears that she did in fact leave the Zoom meeting.
And then go ahead and open that up to see if there's anybody else who wanted to comment.
All right, at this time, if there is any member of the public who wishes to comment virtually on agenda item number 21, please raise your hand in the Zoom application or press *9 on your telephone. And Mr. Chair, we do have one individual who has raised his hand, Mr. David Waddell. Mr. Waddell, you have 3 minutes to speak. And Mr. Waddell, you will have to unmute.
Yes. Thank you. Good afternoon, Honorable Chair, Board, and County Administrator and staff. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm going to quote Mr. Collins regarding the Bayside Reserves property here. If the county can put away beautiful pieces of property for ultimately the common good for the public, I think that's a good thing. But they just can't sit around and do nothing and have wishful thinking, or else these opportunities are going to go away, Collins said. So I hope that we're going to pursue this relationship with Mr. Collins, or the concurrency that'll be required. But we as a community now, I don't know, we wanted to just, let this all work itself out. We've been working on this for 15 years, and we're 700 plus members. And this could have been a keystone purchase for this plan to acquire environmentally sensitive lands. I mean, $650,000, the only waterfront property, and it's also adjacent to a county parcel of 8 acres. And combined, what an effort for flood mitigation. It would have been such a win-win. And I'm hoping that Mr. Collins realizes, this was ranked number 4. He understands that this is a very sensitive topic, and he'll do the right thing based on what he says. He's looking for the common good. And when I mentioned earlier that other scripture by Matthew, that was by the group that wants to build on the property, and they want to build on stone. Well, there is no stone here. This is an aquifer and only sand. And of all of them being on the bay, this is probably one of the most fragile. They moved the Bayside Bridge, that's why it's got a kick to it, over to where it lands now by the airport because of the oyster beds out here and the seagrass. This is one of the most sensitive areas of Old Tampa Bay because it doesn't get any water changes. And this is the only sponge in the neighborhood that saves us from flooding. We had 10 inches during Eta, and that was only a tropical storm. So, Mr. Collins, I hope you find it in your heart, and you're a God-fearing man, to help us. And like I said earlier, character is destiny, and we as a community, we need you to step forward and do the right thing for us. I'm begging of you, please work with our county and help us. There's no more after this. Once it's gone, it's gone.
Thank you, David.
And
thank you.
This is God's creation.
Thank you, David. Appreciate it.
Thank you all.
Anybody else that you see out there?
Mr. Chair, there are not any other individuals who have raised their hand for this.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any other finally, any other questions? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. And we already did 22, so we'll move on to 23. Barry.
This is an affordable housing development by Southport Community Development, Inc. on approximately 5.67 acres of land owned by the Housing Finance Authority in the Lehman Land Trust. This will support 86 affordable units at 60% area median income. We recommend your approval.
Okay. We have a motion by Commissioner Long and a second by Commissioner Gerard. I think just a brief presentation, please. I just want folks to start to get a feel for the kind of development that we're talking about.
So this was a consolidation of lots that was done several years ago. Bruce, you can come on up. And so through that consolidation, we obtained those lots. We put this out through an RFP process for development, and that's so we're holding that as a way of driving the type of use, and that's how we put this out as an RFP. They were the responsive bidder, and to be able to make this development occur.
Good afternoon, Bruce Bussey with the Housing and Community Development Department. We do have a brief PowerPoint presentation, if we could pull that up, and I'll walk through that real quick. Though I'm not seeing the controls.
Anything on the other table there, or?
It appears that Communications does not have a presentation for number 23, for agenda item number 23.
I didn't have it marked down as we had a presentation, so.
Okay, there was a PowerPoint attached, but I'll just go ahead and walk through some of the highlights. This was one of the first properties purchased with Penny 3 funds for affordable housing. It was an opportunity to purchase a number of parcels and do a land assemblage project. And so those properties were purchased. Many of the units were occupied. Since the purchase back in 2016, several units have been demolished. Other buildings have been demolished to make way for a new affordable housing redevelopment project. The county issued a request for proposals back in January of last year. Through that process, we received 4 responses. A review committee ranked those 4 responses and recommended that negotiations occur with the top 3 ranked proposals. The top 2 proposals were very similar in that they recommended revitalizing and redeveloping the entire property with a multifamily rental housing project. The 3rd ranked proposal was a single-family development by Habitat for Humanity. So the results of those negotiations have produced a recommendation today that 5.67 acres of the property be utilized for a multifamily housing development project of up to 86 units. You may recall back in October, we brought a zoning and land use change recommendation to you that would enable that project to move forward. And so that's this item. The companion item, number 24, is the proposal to utilize the remaining lots with Habitat for Humanity for single-family development. We have included in your package a map outlining all the parcels and shaded those that would be a portion of the Southport development and those that would be redeveloped by Habitat for Humanity. One other item I'd add is that approximately 11 units will be preserved. Those are pretty good conditions, duplexes and triplexes, so we didn't want to demolish those when we can utilize them. In our negotiations with Southport, they have agreed to take on property management of those units. So should the board approve us moving forward, we would complete negotiations with Southport to enter into a lease agreement with them that will enable them to show site control and proceed with financing applications. I do have Brianne Hefner here from Southport today. If you have any questions that she could answer.
Yeah, Commissioner Gerard?
I just have one question for you. All of the Southport units are for 60% median income and less.
That's the plan today, yes. That was the proposal. Some of that could be subject to financing. Should we move forward, they'd be applying to the state for tax credit financing in March, and everything would be under 60% AMI.
Okay, great.
Yeah, just because under the presentation here, it does speak to 80%, restricted to 80% of area median income.
It does, and I noticed that myself this morning. I like to put a little cushion in there because the financing is not in place, and so should something change with the financing, you know, they have committed to under 80%. The original application did say under 60%, but sometimes that can be dictated by funding sources.
So the target is 60%.
Correct.
Of AMI, but because of the financing, it might drive that number a little bit higher. Is that what you're saying?
There's that possibility, right. There's 2 different funding sources that they'll be applying for if they're successful in March. Those requirements may differ a little bit than should they apply for a different one. So I wanted to leave a little flexibility there. They have committed to 100% under 60%, and we can certainly write that into the lease documents and make that the requirement.
Did you have something, Barry? Oh, okay. Well, I mean, I think part of what we saw during our in the fall when we had that series, the county put on the series on housing, the bulk of the people that are looking for housing is in that 80%, probably in lower. There's some higher than 80, but if you looked at a kind of a curve, the demand is really in that area. So I certainly would like to, for sure, be under 80%. It sounds like there's a possibility that we could get lower.
Right, and there is some flexibility in terms of should the county requirement be under 80%, then obviously if the financing requires 100% under 60%, you're meeting both of those targets, and it does leave some flexibility for a little bit more of an income mix. So we typically recommend going with the less restrictive 80%, and then if financing puts additional requirements on top of that.
Okay. It's a little counterintuitive for me, why it would go down if financing is stricter. Why would, I mean, just...
No, I think if they're unsuccessful with getting their state financing, then they may have to increase that income limit a little bit
so
for
they
some
can
of the
get
units.
some of that state financing. That would
Because
be,
they won't have as much money coming in to offset the cost. It costs more at a lower amount.
Yeah, the state financing, if they're successful, would require a 60% income limit.
Got it, okay.
If they're not successful, they may need to seek additional sources that might not have that same requirement.
Okay, all right, thank you. Are there any other questions from the board on item 23? I don't see, yeah, we do have one. Oh, no, I said take that back. Let me stop talking until we have three of, excuse me, two for item 23. Is that what you have, Kat, that are here that wanted to speak in-house?
I don't have the
okay.
physical comment cards.
All right, well, what I have here is Breanne Hefner. That's the, is somebody here? Is
She's a
Breanne?
representative from Southport.
Okay. So she's here, which she's first on the comment card. So if she would come forward, she's more than welcome to come forward. And Peter Leach is next.
I only needed to assign one up in case you guys had questions.
Okay, thank you. Peter Leach.
I'm actually here on item 25.
You're here for item 25. Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
No problem.
Move approval, Mr. Chair.
Okay, that's fine. I just want to make sure we don't have anybody.
Yeah.
Hold off on that motion just for a second. I didn't see anybody that had pre-registered. Did you have anybody that had pre-registered that I don't have here?
Mr. Chair, I do not have anybody who has pre-registered on this
And then you
item.
can go ahead and check, open the lines up.
At this time, if there is anyone who wishes to comment virtually on agenda item number 23, please raise your hand in the Zoom application or press *9 on your phone. And Mr. Chair, there does not appear to be anybody who wishes to speak on this item.
Okay, thank you. Now can I have that motion?
Move approval.
Okay. Second. Commissioner Gerard made the motion. Commissioner Long made the second. Okay. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Item 24, Barry.
This is a companion item for the same area, affordable housing development. This is, however, with Habitat for Humanity on a little over 1.5 acres through the Lumen Land Trust. This would be to develop 12 single-family homes that would be restricted to 120% less area median income.
Okay. So the maker of the motion was Commissioner Long, and Commissioner Flowers was the second.
I have a
Yes, Commissioner
question
Gerard.
or comment. So the income limit on these is 120%, and that's because the people that qualify for I'm just saying this for the fast people, that the people that qualify for these need to be able to pay the mortgage. And it's a zero interest mortgage, but it is a mortgage, and they have to be able to make payments. So
Sure. Right.
that's it.
Yeah, thank you. Anybody else? Any other folks that wanted to ask any questions? For item 24, I don't show anybody here in the house that wanted to ask any questions, but I do show somebody online that had pre-registered.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we do have one person who has pre-registered to speak on agenda item number 24. It is Catherine, no last name. So Catherine, if you are on the call today, please raise your hand in the Zoom application or press *9 on your phone so that we can unmute you. Once you're muted, please state and spell your name and state your address for the record. You will have 3 minutes to speak. And ma'am, you will need to unmute on your end.
Hi, I'm Catherine Rossin, and I confess I registered for the wrong item. It's item 25 that I would prefer to speak to. I don't have anything to say about this particular.
Okay. Okay, thank you. If you could open it up and see if there's anybody else who would like to speak on item 24.
Perfect. At this time, if there are any members of the public who wish to comment virtually on agenda item number 24, please raise your hand in the Zoom application or press *9 on your telephone. And Mr. Chair, we do not have any individuals that have raised their hand.
Okay, so we had a motion and a second already. Any final questions, comments? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, move on to item 25.
Item number 25 is a recommendation to fund 4 Penny for Pinellas Affordable Housing Program applications. As you're aware, with the board designating 4.15% of the Penny funds for affordable housing, this is our first round of applications. We were very excited to receive 18 applications as part of the scoring process. They've worked with and evaluated through a scoring criteria down to the top. These are the top 4. However, there are several others that they're continuing to work through. So this is the first round of applications, and after this, we'll have successive rounds, which they're already working on. So the recommendation is for approval of these 4. They have them listed in your packet. And I'm sure Bruce can answer any questions that you have.
Bruce? Yeah, could you just, is there anything that we have that can show what the developments are, or is that not available? I mean, somebody help Bruce with that because he thought there was.
Well,
I don't think
there's a difference. So, and not to play it out as kind of step level stuff. If you upload an item for an agenda, that's an attachment to your packet, right? Yeah. It doesn't necessarily trigger for that item to be loaded for a public presentation. So you have to ask Della that we're going to have a presentation. That was the confusion.
That's fine, no problem. I think these might be of interest for folks. So I certainly get calls asking me, when are you ever going to do any affordable housing stuff? And it'd be nice to kind of start pushing out what's being planned, if we have it.
And we can certainly do that. We can, it's attached to the agenda, so anybody has the opportunity to see that. Yeah. However, we can do a press release and actually push out, what these projects are doing and what, these 4 that are coming online. This is, we're only talking about 4, but just the start of this process and having the interest of 18, applicants is pretty exciting because that's a lot more than we've seen ever before, in part because of the money you made available for this program. So there's a lot more work to be done. And on a lot more applications, but it's a good first step.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, obviously this was important to our residents as well as they voted for that penny and that breakdown, that 4.15% for affordable housing. So there are no pictures to show folks, and we'll get that out for folks to see down the road. So is there any questions for Bruce? Okay, thank you. Sorry to bring you up.
No problem.
Okay, we have, go back to Peter Leach. You wanted to speak to this item. Welcome.
Yeah. Thank you. I'm with another division of Southport that does basically workforce housing, and rather than the tax credit stuff. The project that we have, we call Washington Street. That's on about 3.5 acres of land on Martin Luther King that's owned by the CRA. One of the questions that Bruce and staff has had to me earlier that I thought should be addressed, and that is that of the 171 units in 4-story mid-rise with a garage, we only have set aside for 80% and under 18 units, which on the surface doesn't make anybody very happy, not me either. One of the things that I wanted to point out that I did respond to staff on is that by doubling the number of 80% and under units, what that would do is cause a revenue reduction, a quite substantial one. And although what it ends up as being about $97,000 of net operating income for debt, the problem with the way, and without doing anything else to the structure of our application but that, by doubling the number of 80 and unders, we end up to 36 units. We end up with a loss of debt that is fairly substantial, enough so that if we have a loss of debt of revenue of $105,000, the only way to replace that loss is with additional grant money of approximately $1.4 million to make the project work. That's half the problem, or it's the problem with the cost of the development. Nothing else had changed in that example except for the change in the revenue from the 80 and under units to the 100% and under units. They doubled it to 3680s and took them out of the 100% units. The other thing, though, that I wanted to point out, and this has been quite purposeful, I'm going to read the memo that I sent to Bruce.
Sir, I'm going to give you one more minute.
Okay, I'll read this quickly because I think this will make the point. In the unit plan attachment, which I have here, the 2-bedroom plans are of two types. 25% of those are 2-bedroom families. And what that means is they have the 2 bedrooms are next to each other and therefore are good for married couple or single parent households with children that are next to each other. 75% of the 2-bedroom units are what I call roommate units, which means that the living room and the kitchen is between the 2-bedroom units. And these we call roommate units. One thing that's not widely known but is done a fair amount is that if you have a 2-bedroom unit that basically has to qualify for, let's say, at 120% of AMI, it's a $67,000 a year household. But what's not known is that when the 2 people come to qualify as roommates, they don't need to be married, they don't need to have any relationship. One of them can be at $30,000 a year, and the other side of it can be at $40,000 a year, just approximately. What this is functionally intended to do is to actually attract enough, and our experience shows this, that we'll have probably another 15 to 20% of 80 and under or lower income tenants in this project by having the roommate experience. I just wanted to explain that. I have the emails I sent to Bruce and the underlying documents.
Okay.
I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you for that additional explanation. Are there any other questions here? Okay, all right, let's go to, I think, let's see, I don't have anybody else that had we have one pre-registration, two pre-registrations, I think. Is that what you have online?
So for agenda item number 25, I do have one person who indicated that they're going to be attending in person
Oh, yeah, that's-
the meeting, Ms. Amanda Thompson.
Sorry about that. I did have that. That was my mistake. Welcome, Amanda.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Amanda Thompson. I'm the director of the Clearwater Community Redevelopment Agency. I also have my colleagues with me, Denise Sanderson, director, Chuck Lane, assistant director of economic development and housing. I'm really happy to be here this morning. This is a wonderful program that really helps fill the gap. Instead of waiting on a state lottery, maybe you'll get it, maybe you won't, for affordable housing. This is funding that we can help match and come in and ask for directly. So simply would just like you to support the staff recommendation today in approving funding for this project. The Clearwater, the City of Clearwater and the CRA, we have approved $5.1 million in our own local funding for this project. We are reinvesting every single bit of the proceeds of the sale back into the development of this project. The reason why, one, Southport, Mr. Peter Leach, you just met, they're well suited to handle this complex project. It supports not only providing mixed income housing, which we need for our technology employees downtown, Morton Plant employees, and also the service industry on the beach. It's going to have long-term affordability with the land trust and the restricted rental increase. So that's exciting to us. From an economic development standpoint, I don't have an easy way to show you this, but here's the project. We're investing in shared parking to support ground floor retail and restaurant uses in these different sites within walking distance. So this is just one of those rare times where so many things that we're trying to accomplish come together in one project, right? Remediating a brownfield, environmental sustainability, supporting transit in downtown, providing mixed income housing, and then also supporting that Main Street level economic development. As you know, downtown's a tough environment. We just appreciate your support of the CRA, your support for this project, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Yeah, hold on. Commissioner Gerard?
Not a question, but I just wanted to reinforce something that you just said about these funds allowing us to support more projects, because the state funding is limited to one project a year, and it's incredibly competitive. And this way, we're going forward with 6 projects this year, and maybe more later. So that's another thing that people need to look at, that if we didn't have this pot of money, we wouldn't be talking about this many projects in the same year.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you.
So it was indeed a real commitment by our residents and their interest in having more affordable housing. Anybody else? I did have one question. So what I was hearing Peter say was, though we only have, are you cutting me off? If we only have 18 units that are 80% and under, but by definition that he was talking about, some of those in the 100% and under could likely be two folks separately that would be under that number of 80%.
That is correct, and that's in the design of the units. So some are a family design where you'll have bedrooms right next to each other, and then some are a roommate plan where the living area is in the center and you have a room and a bathroom on either side of the unit, which those are commonly used by roommates.
So in this case, we have 67 of them under 120%, 49 of them under 100%, and 18 of them under 80%, but that could actually be a little bit larger in the lower categories, based on your discussion and what Peter just said.
That's correct.
Okay, thanks. Any other questions? Yes, Commissioner Seal?
Thank you. I don't have a question for you, but I do have a question on a couple of the other projects. Okay. I had sent this to Barry over the weekend, but I noticed in the Florida Trend magazine that the Skyway Lofts by Blue Sky is already under construction, And so I was like, well, then why do they need our investment if they've already, proceeded? And then my second question was something that was mentioned the other day, and it kind of struck with me. The new Northeast by Stock development, granted, about 1/3 of the units are affordable, but when you have 2/3 that are at market, I question why we need to subsidize this one as much.
I'll ask Bruce and Tom to come up and respond to both of those questions.
Good afternoon again. Bruce Bussing, Housing and Community Development. To start with your first question, Commissioner Seal, regarding Skyway Lofts, you're right, that project is under construction. And it kind of speaks to that one project a year, 9% tax credit application. They started that project in late 2018, applying for 9% tax credits. So in terms of the time frame, they were awarded a tax credit allocation that then led them into underwriting. And to try to make a very long story short, by the time the county, basically they were interested in using penny funds for the land acquisition. And when they came to us for that application, we were in the process of establishing this program and invited them to apply. So on the one hand, the tax credits was moving forward. They were issued the tax credit financing and had a September 30th deadline to close. And so they had to move forward with the closing and the transaction for the land acquisition and the tax credits by September 30th, or would lose those tax credits. So in July, they had applied for penny funds during our first round of this application process. So, they do have the tax credits, they're moving forward. But since that time, when they applied for the tax credits, a lot of things have changed. Talking to the developer recently, one of the big changes is the price of lumber. Their project costs have gone up $340,000 because of lumber increases. They found an underground storage tank on the property that's another $50,000 to $60,000 of price increase. So the whole time they've been anticipating and hoping that they would be able to partner with the county for additional funding for this project. And I often describe this business as chicken or egg. You really want to be that last investor in the project, so you've got everything else spelled out and you're putting in the last piece of the puzzle. And this is kind of one of those where they've got their financing in place, they're serving 100% under 80 AMI, they scored well, it was our top scoring project, and they have demonstrated a need for additional funding because of some of these additional costs. We're recommending funds for the land acquisition program that will not only help support the project as planned, but by acquiring that land will be in a land trust, and this will be a county asset for indefinitely for affordable housing. We've looked at their underwriting reports from the state, their developer fees, their total cost. We've got a little more of that due diligence to do, subject to your approval. Again, keep in mind with your approval today, we've got more financial work, more analysis to dive really deep just to make sure that we're dotting all the I's and crossing the T's.
And on these projects, if you recall, once your approval, so you say these four, we then do further due diligence. We do a financial analysis. We have a third-party firm that conducts that third-party analysis. So they know profit margins and fees and things like that to make sure that it's reasonable for the project. And so they have to produce those documents. If they can't, then the project won't go forward. So we still go into that, but we want to get the ranking, and we want to know which projects you're willing to go forward on before we do that final due diligence before the project is finally approved.
And I think that kind of answers your second question regarding the new Northeast.
The new Northeast.
The level of subsidy there. In my mind, this is a project that could probably move forward without a dime of assistance from the county, but all units would be market rate housing. And so this is one of those opportunities that by partnering with
literally buying
units, yeah. And so, when I look at this project and I see 59 under 80 affordable units and $4 million of construction cost compared to other projects, that's a pretty good buy, if you will. And so that's a partnership of working with a private sector developer that will be producing affordable housing through these incentives, kind of like a density bonus that would require affordable housing when they're giving something. This is one that we're working with a developer to, we're seeing market rate units go up all over the county and certainly in our neighboring counties, and not too many of them are reaching out to include affordable. And so this is one of those projects that I think symbolizes that partnership.
Okay, thank you.
And both of these projects are multifamily apartments, is that right?
Correct. All four are multifamily rental housing developments.
Okay, did you have anything else? Anybody, any other questions? Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So we had a couple of other folks, I think, that wanted to speak that are, Catherine, I think she wanted to speak to this item. She was registered for number 24. Go ahead.
Hello, there we go. That's correct, Mr. Chair. I do have 4 individuals who have pre-registered to speak on agenda item number 25. If you include Ms. Rawson, which is Catherine Rawson from the previous agenda item. So at this time, the first individual who I'm going to ask to speak on this item, and actually before I do that, I am going to lower the hands of all the individuals who have raised their hands on this agenda item. I'm going to start with the folks that have pre-registered related to this item first. All right, so at this time, the first individual that I have who pre-registered to speak on agenda item number 25 is Catherine Rawson. So Ms. Rawson, if you could please raise your hand in the Zoom application or press *9 so that we can unmute you to speak on this item. Once you're unmuted, if you could please state and spell your name and then state your address for the record. You will have 3 minutes, ma'am.
Thank you. My name is Catherine Rawson, Kathryn Rawson, Rawson. My address is 110 59th Avenue South, St. Petersburg, Florida. I believe everyone has a right to a safe place to live. It is incredibly difficult for people who make 80% or less AMI to find affordable, safe housing. That's why the county's decision to support 4.15% of penny money, particularly for the least of these, means so much to me. You all made a good decision to help people who really do not have much going for them. This step to housing may turn their lives around. We are expecting that affordable housing funds will only be spent for affordable units. If all the money for these projects comes from the affordable housing funds, this would be against the resolution you signed in 2019. It seems to me that some of these funds or projects really are economic development funds. Thank you.
Okay.
And Mr. Chair, the next individual that I have that has pre-registered on agenda item number 25 is a Mr. Sean Wilson. So Mr. Wilson, if you could please press *9 on your phone or raise your hand in the Zoom application, we can unmute you to speak. Then once you are unmuted, please state and spell your name for the record and state your address. You will have 3 minutes to speak, sir.
Thank you very much. Sean Wilson, SHAWN, WILSON. I'm the president of Blue Sky Communities. My address is 5300 West Cypress Street in Tampa. I was just raising my hand in case there were any questions for me. I'd be happy to address them. Other than that, Mr. Chair, I want to thank the staff for their recommendation and applaud the board for your dedication to affordable housing. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chair, the next individual who has pre-registered to speak is Pat Fling. Pat Fling, if you could just raise your hand in the Zoom application or press *9 on the phone so we can unmute you to speak. And then once you are muted, if you could state and spell your name for the record and state your address, you will have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Pat Fling, F-L-I-N-G. My address is 1201 86th Avenue North, St. Petersburg. I represent FAST. There are also over 50 other people from FAST watching this meeting today. We are very concerned about the lack of clarity in how the penny money for affordable housing and economic development funds are being differentiated and spent. As you know, we have been carefully watching the proceedings of all these meetings, and if it's not clear to us, it's probably not clear to you either. While some materials made it appear that affordable housing funds would only be allocated to projects 1 and 2, which are for people earning 80% AMI or less, and projects 3 and 4, which barely serve any people earning 80% or less coming from economic development. However, at the workshop last week, the information presented was not clear about which category each project would be funded from. As proposed, only 193 of the 702 units recommended by the county staff are for 80% AMI or less. We expect that the county commissioners to hold the county staff to the resolution and only use the affordable housing funds for those earning 80% or less AMI. For the other projects, you should use the economic development funding as you had planned initially. We feel like the information is deliberately being muddied, and we don't appreciate that. We would like projects over 80% to come from economic development, not affordable housing. Also, the length of the project staying affordable for projects 1 and 2 are 99 years and in perpetuity, but it is unclear how long projects 3 and 4 will remain affordable. Please hold those projects to the in perpetuity standards and be clear of the intent. Thank you.
And Mr. Chair, the next individual who has pre-registered to speak on this item is Bob Meehan. Mr. Meehan, if you could please raise your hand in the Zoom application or press *9 on your phone so we can unmute you to speak. Once you are unmuted, please state and spell your name for the record and state your address. You will have 3 minutes to speak, sir.
My name is Bob Meehan. M as in Mary, E-E-H-A-N as in Nancy. I reside at 1573 Bel Air Lane, Clearwater, Florida. I'm concerned that the affordable housing funds are or may be used to support development outside the goals established by Resolution 19-6. Without adequate transparency and community buy-in. During the discussion of Agenda Item 25 at your workshop last week, staff identified the source of funding for some of the projects as economic development. I'm concerned that the funds used will actually come from the 4.15% affordable housing funds, having been recharacterized or portrayed as economic development to get around statutory restrictions. That confuses the issue when that's done because those of us in FAST and anybody in the public in the community who follows the affordable housing projects is easily confused when they're identified as economic development, but in reality are coming out of the affordable housing funds. I'm especially concerned about the Washington Avenue project. Again, we need clarity on the funding sources. So I have 2 requests. One, that proposals for affordable housing brought to the Commission clearly identify the source of funding per Resolution 19-6. Second, that the administration set up on the county website a perpetually updated report on the activity of the funds identified by Resolution 19-6 for affordable housing, specifically listing revenue, in other words, taxes, funds expended, and funds proposed for expenditure. These 2 proposals will permit the public to track the county's commitment to affordable housing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chair, that was the last of the individuals who have pre-registered on this item. I can open it up for further
Thank you.
comments. At this time, if there are any members of the public who wish to comment on agenda item number 25, please raise your hand in the Zoom application or press *9 on your telephone. And Mr. Chair, it looks like there are 3 individuals who have raised their hand to speak on this item. The first individual is a Mr. William Hull. Mr. Hull, when you're unmuted, if you could please state and spell your name for the record and state your address, you will have 3 minutes to speak.
Thank you. I am Bill Hull, Hull, and I live at 121 56th Avenue South, St. Petersburg, Florida, at Westminster Shores, a faith-based active living senior community. I've lived in Pinellas County for the past 7 years, and it is a joy to live here. I commend the Commission for its science and fact-based management of the COVID virus. I'm a volunteer with Habitat of Pinellas and West Pasco counties, and I rejoice in this program's contributions to affordable housing. And I serve on the affordable housing team for FAST, Faith and Action for Strength Together, an interfaith, nonpartisan justice advocacy organization in Pinellas County. My faith tradition commands me to serve the least of these, not least in the Creator's eyes, but in the eyes of the world. A parallel to this is the observation that the true test of a culture's values is how that society treats its most vulnerable citizens. For me, this commission acted on these principles when it passed Resolution 19-6, committing itself to spend the affordable housing money from Penny for Pinellas County to provide housing for persons making 80% or less of AMI. Now there is a proposal before the Commission to change that to include persons making 120% of AMI. I am deeply concerned about the precedent this will set for the future. This morning, the Commission offered a variety of presentations which honor Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. in anticipation of the National MLK Day coming up on Monday. Dr. King committed his life to serving those deemed the least by some in society. This commission can further honor Dr. King's life and legacy by continuing to maintain its promise to use Penny for Pinellas County affordable housing money for those making 80% or less of AMI. I understand and acknowledge that these are very challenging times and the commission has to balance a wide variety of human needs. Nevertheless, I urge the commission to fulfill and maintain its commitment made in Resolution 19-6. Thank you.
And Mr. Chair, the next individual who has raised their hand, it's Tony or Rosie Cotarucci. Mr. or Ms. Cotarucci, if you could please state and spell your name and state your address for the record, you will have 3 minutes to speak.
My name is Tony Cotarucci, C-A-U, excuse me, T-E-R-U-C-C-I. I live at 121 56th Avenue South, St. Petersburg. Thank you for agreeing to listen to me. In Pinellas County, there are over 70,000 families who make less than $56,000 a year, which is 80% of the AMI. Those families, all of them, are in need of affordable housing. In 2019, you agreed to set aside $82.5 million over 10 years from the Penny for Pinellas funds, exclusively for the use of those families making under 80% of the AMI. Before you today are a set of 4 projects for 702 units, of which only 193 are for low-income families. It is also unclear if the proposed funding for those projects represent a mix of funding, and it is unclear how much of that funding will come from the Penny for Pinellas funds set aside for affordable housing. We have requested, I am a member of FAST also, but not received the breakdown in how the funds will be distributed and used. I am asking, and many of us others are asking you not to approve these projects until the funding sources are clearly identified. And also that the commitment that penny for Pinellas funding will be reserved exclusively for families who are making under $56,000 a year. It's important that we recognize and continue to recognize publicly that what we're trying to do, we collectively as citizens of Pinellas County, is to recognize the needs of the most needy and to make certain that they receive the highest priority possible from those of us who care about them, and particularly from all of you in this commission who are their elected representatives. Thank you very much for your time.
And Mr. Chair, we had two other individuals who had raised their hands, but they've since lowered their hands on this item.
Okay, so is that all we have then?
It looks like one just raised their hand again. Would you like me to proceed?
Sure.
I have Alvina Lawrence. Alvina Lawrence, if you could just state and spell your name for the record, state your address. You will have 3 minutes to speak.
Alvina, A-L-V-I-N-A, Lawrence, L-A-U-R-E-N-C-E. My address is 1039 62nd Terrace South. I want to say thank you so much, Commission, because I've always had such a grand respect for Pinellas County Commissioners and all those who work on the various tasks that they do to keep us on an upward level. And I just feel as if it's very difficult right now to understand exactly what it is that we voted for. We voted that 4.15% be attributed to those who need housing. We have so many people here in this county that are not able to make it. And that was before COVID. Now, after COVID, we find that there are even more. We have more families, more and more families that are 3-generational because the children and the grandchildren cannot afford to find a place to live in this county. And as we look, we see all these high rises, all these buildings being built, all of these apartments. And to learn that out of 792, there's only 193 apartments that are for people who can live. We also need to look at the fact that there are so many people under that AMI that need even private homes, that they can live, that people who are working are not making enough to afford a home. And that is one of the major things that's necessary and required to see an upward mobility of those who have never been able to do this before. So I was hoping that this 4.15% was going to help them. I think that at this point in time, transparency of how those funds are being put together and how they're being used is essential so that we can maintain the trust that we have in the commission. I think that we need to spend more time in getting that effort out to the public so that we would understand exactly where these monies are going and how you're putting them together with other funding to create these housing opportunities. But I thank you, Commission, for the time that you've allowed me to speak to this situation. And I'm very hopeful that you will make those changes so that we all understand exactly where the money is going. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
And Mr. Chair, I do not have any other individuals with their hands raised.
Okay, thank you. Couple things. Barry, seems like we have some strong, go ahead, Commissioner Jarrell. We have obviously a lot of folks interested in affordable housing, including the 7 of us and many of our staff folks that are working very hard. Some of them are very easy to see. They come in, the entire project is based on 80% and under.
Right.
So it's transparent, not transparent in that we are not trying to be transparent in the other cases, but it's easy to see that all of them are 80% and under.
Right.
When you have mixed projects that extend above that, and I would like the county attorney in a minute to read what the ordinance was, what we actually passed.
I've got it right here.
So I want to make sure that the folks, what they're saying is what we passed. So that's like it has to be all under 80% for the affordable housing piece, and the rest of it has to be economic development. I just want to make sure I'm clear on that understanding. But I think that the confusion becomes when you have the mixed people. So how do we show that? That really, for if we don't do it, then it's not going to happen, number one. And number two, how the cost per unit for that affordable house is probably less than another comparable that would be all affordable housing, actually would be higher. So I just want, maybe you can speak to that a little bit.
In the applications, we had projects that consisted of $10,000 a unit. We had projects that consisted of $176,000 a unit. And so the devil's in the detail. And you have to look at that. Maybe the higher ones met a special category. That was a big particular need, and we need to spend that money. And other times, you've got, here in the one, you have 415 mixed units, and then 59 of which are affordable, 66 that are above affordable in the workforce. So the question is, how do you get the 415? Well, one of the ways is we're trying to work with the developers to have them have more of an interest in the project. If we made all 414, one, I think it goes against the commission where we are actually encouraging more mixed unit developments. But also, it would be the project wouldn't go. It would be too much money out of that project. But we're also responding to the market in terms of what they are proposing as part of their development. This is the first round out. Would we have liked to see more? And I think the real question is about the people at 80 to 120%. Your resolution, stated that we recognize the need for affordable housing for households of certain income levels. The board aspires to dedicate proceeds of the affordable housing projects where 40% of the units will benefit households making 60% area median income, or projects where all units benefit households making 80%, or projects providing affordable housing for other income levels if data shows the income levels have the greatest need for such housing. So, I'm sure, you have 3 people that can read it, and I was here when we actually finalized this, and so we know where our goal is, and we share that same goal. The question is how to get there. And, we need to be, if you look back at how many units of affordable projects are going on, it's so insufficient with the number. If you drive up and down 19, you see all these large-scale developments, and none of them are affordable. Well, we want them to be of interest in working with us to make them more affordable, and so that's going to be some workforce in addition to getting affordable units at the 80% or low, and that's that mixed-use development. I know Bruce met with FAST. I had to actually bail out of the conversation. I was going to participate, but COVID issues come up, and I couldn't participate. So I don't know what was discussed with them. He can certainly speak to that. We want to make sure that we're working in partnership. We certainly want to communicate well. So to that degree, if they don't feel as though we've done that, we certainly need to do that. These are proposed being affordable housing funds. Bruce, Tom, so I don't want to misspeak, but these are proposed being affordable housing projects, so they would come out of the penny for Pinellas. These are all income levels that need support, and so I think the question last Thursday was, could you take it off the economic development site? Well, we could. You have that flexibility. That's not what was proposed, and that wasn't really the intent because we're just now getting into the economic development funds. But it's again, people look at it as we're supporting the others. Well, without, it's all a mixed-use project. Without the others, you wouldn't get these. And so it's very difficult to bifurcate these complex issues with the financing. And so I don't mean to, waffle on the question, but it's a complex question to answer.
Yeah, clearly, I think you had mentioned before that we also got some outside expertise to help us analyze these projects. I think it's, if the project was going to happen at market, and we said that there's some opportunities for you,
correct,
for some funding, that would open up some opportunities for some affordable units. Without which, obviously, it would be all market. So we're trying to get in on a development by bringing some affordable housing to the table.
And you're trying to buy down that cost. Otherwise, they would just put them all out at market rate.
So did we disproportionately buy down that cost, or did we proportionally buy down that cost?
I'm going to let staff try to answer that.
Specific, Tom Almonte, Assistant County Administrator, for some of the specific of the project, Bruce can highlight some of those. But a couple of things that I want to mention is all of the proposal, the 4 projects that we have before you, is with the affordable housing dollars. We're not proposing any dollars from the economic development side. I want to make that clear. We actually use some of the penny $3 that were remaining for some of the project, but it's all affordable housing. So for those that are listening, I want to make it clear that the recommendation is to use the affordable housing dollars. One of the person mentioned about listing the projects. We actually created a website, and our plan is to list every project that is recommended and approved, so the community can track along the way for the next 10 years all of the projects that are being approved with the affordable housing dollars. As it relates to the conversation about should we be investing only in, under 80% AMI, you know, I read the language, Commissioner, that you approved in the resolution 19.6, and although there's consensus with the staff that we aspire, our aspiration is to go under 80% AMI, but as you heard from the Washington project, there are projects that it makes sense for us to come in and make that investment. Not only we want to elevate the social and economic condition of that community, like the Washington project, but it makes sense to make that investment. So for those that are listening, although the 80% is what it's our desire that we invest on 80 projects that are 80% or below, but you're gonna find that we're gonna bring to you in the next 10 years projects that make sense for us to come in, whether it's because the location of the project or it makes sense to make the investment because otherwise that project will just be market rate and won't have any affordability in that project. So for any questions specifically to any of the project, we can answer that too. So.
I think one of the confusing things is under point number 4 here, it talks about $3.4 million and closing costs for land acquisition for the housing acquisition funds and $2.2 million for capital improvement utilizing penny for Pinellas economic development.
Yeah.
So this 4th project shows 2 pots of money being used. And I just want to make sure that there's clarity on that.
It's all affordable. Let me repeat, it's all from the affordable housing. The language that was used is because when you are acquiring the land, the language that we use is different than when we are investing in the construction side of the project. And we have to use that language legally as part of the investment, as how the funds are allowed to be invested, but it's all under the affordable housing funds.
Okay. Jewel, could you clarify a couple of things?
Well, let me first kind of go back to some comments that I made last week, just for the benefit of folks that may not have been watching the meeting last week, and Tom started to touch on this. What you see discussed in your staff memo is a discussion of whether this is coming from what we call the affordable housing funds or the economic development funds. And what staff is really referring to there are the statutory restrictions that govern the expenditure of certain, I'll call them buckets of money within the penny for Pinellas. So I know you all recall as we went through the development of the ordinance that put this referendum question on the ballot and the interlocal agreement that your pot of money, I'll call it again, the bucket of money for affordable housing is very restricted under the statute that allows the penny for Pinellas. It may only be used for land acquisition. While your staff was developing the ordinance, what we did was we put some findings into your ordinance, again, going back to the ordinance that levied the penny for Pinellas. We put some findings in there and created a nexus between economic development and affordable housing, that of course being workforce housing. And so when we're able to leverage your economic development funds in support of workforce housing, we have then freed up some of those dollars to be used for capital. So that's what you'll hear us refer to sometimes as the nexus funds. What we're speaking about there is really just traveling under the economic development provisions of the penny statute to allow us to use those funds for a wider range of uses, specifically capital. So, and what I wanted to point you to, I know we've had a lot of discussion already about the resolution that was passed in 2019, and I know that folks here all recall going through that process. What I would like to direct everyone's attention to, I know that there's been a lot of discussion here, you've received correspondence. Thus far, everybody has been looking at the whereas clauses in your resolution. Now, I will tell you, when your legal staff drafts ordinances or resolutions, we insert those whereas clauses to, help provide some of the history, help kind of tell the tale of why we're adopting this resolution or ordinance, so that when somebody picks it up in the future, they can see, where your thought process was, some of the history, some of what went into the development of the ordinance, or here, the resolution. What is really more important to look at is what you have said after you say, now therefore be it resolved. And let me read to you what is stated there. It is the county's goal to allocate at least 4.15% of the 8.3% for affordable housing projects, either for the acquisition of land to be used for affordable housing or for capital projects in support of or related to providing affordable housing suitable for the needs of the local workforce that in turn stimulates the local economy. So the proposals before you today in this agenda item are consistent with the resolution that you passed.
So there was no real stipulation. I mean, I know that what our target is, I've heard from staff, but there was no stipulation in that where the monies had to go in terms of the AMI issue.
There is not a hard and fast stipulation, and in fact, your entire resolution speaks in terms of aspirational goals. Right. Because, of course, at the time this was developed, you can't predict what's going to happen on a 10-year horizon. And so while your staff was developing this resolution, while meeting the intent of what was requested by FAST and other stakeholders in the community, we also wanted to give you what you all needed to be able to be reactive to market forces and to be able to bring forward a product that's needed by your community at the time that you're adopting whatever the action may be. Of course, here, approving these four, should you go that way, taking action on these four proposals.
Okay. Thank you. I just want to clarify. I'm sorry, Commissioner Jarge, you've been waiting patiently. Sorry about that.
I have. I'm very patient. I have a couple of questions. For Bruce, when we look at, I know it's a federal thing, at area median income, are we looking at household income or family income or what? Because I was just looking up what the AMI was, and I got two wildly different figures.
Right, yeah, that can be quite confusing. We typically benchmark it off of HUD numbers, and those are for the Tampa Bay Municipal Statistical Area. And so there's an area median income, which is basically a 100% level for a household of 4.
And what is
and
that right now?
And then our programs.
Wild guess.
Probably not in my folder. It's right around $65,000 a year at the 100% level, if I'm not mistaken. Okay. And so then our programs target a certain income level. Right. And for the projects, then that's also based on household size. So if it's an 80% AMI.
Yeah, that was my only question, actually. And I guess what I'd like to see, and in response to the one gentleman who talked about wanting more information, I mean, as you said, it's very clear to see in the two projects that are 100% affordable, that they're 100% affordable. It doesn't matter how much they cost, they're 100% affordable. But when you have a project that's doing 400 units, what's the total budget? And what is R for all of it? And what's the percentage of affordable housing dollars that we're putting into it compared to the percentage of units that we're getting out of it? So it would be really nice to see that, and in those different categories that they talk about, under 80, 80 to 100, 100 to 120. Is there any way we can get that on the two projects that were not 100%? And I see them nodding yes.
Yes.
Okay.
They can.
Yeah.
I also wanted to say again that the best practice that pretty much anybody will tell you is not to have 100% affordable projects. I think it's great that we have a couple. That's wonderful, because I happen to know that these two developers do beautiful projects. But the best thing to do is to mix those units into market rate units, or at least workforce units, because it normalizes that lower income and helps people to feel like they're rising up out of, slum housing, to put it badly. And so I think that's a great thing to do, and that if we can show that we're not spending more money proportionately than we would,
Yeah.
then I think that would be a little bit easier to understand. Also, just for our sake, I know legally it's all affordable housing, but when you put economic development in there, it is very confusing. And I think we could, Mike's not here today, I think we could consider some of that, some of the expenses that we're underwriting from the capital improvement or the economic development funds.
I would like staff to speak.
In a limited way, but we did say we're going to spend a minimum of 4.15%. We made sure that this was set aside and that we could actually creep over into the other side, rather than there was a lot of concern about whether, economic development was going to creep into the affordable housing side. So, and we leaned the other way towards affordable housing. And yeah, if we could see that breakdown, and actually today, it would be great if we could split this up and approve the two that are 100% and look at and get some more information on the other two. Would that put things back considerably?
We've got some basic information we can maybe provide today that might answer some of those questions if you'd like.
If we could, I think staff can answer some of those questions.
Okay,
So let's take a shot at that, because, you heard that, and I completely agree with you, Commissioner. You say, well, you're only getting 170 units out of 700. Well, if we're not subsidizing that delta, it doesn't really matter. Those are private market rate units. And so the real question is what's the cost is per unit? And we have that breakdown. That went into the financial analysis and determining a recommendation for the projects. And so, maybe if Bruce can speak to that, that would, answer some of those concerns.
Well, that is the share of our units compared to the share of the budget.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's really going to be important, just for the folks that are watching. And I know the FAST community is extremely passionate about making sure that the dollars are used the right way. I've had some disagreements with FAST about what's the right way. I think it could be more than 80% in some cases, but regardless, we're talking about this mixed-use project that does, we're getting some projects or some units that we wouldn't otherwise get. So the disproportionate versus proportionate, I think, use of our funds is critical to hear from you guys, but also to be able to show for folks. So.
Okay, if I could just speak to that. In the agenda packet, we did do a summary for each project, and some of the numbers we included there are the total project cost, the amount of subsidy being requested, the total per unit cost, that total affordable unit cost. So if I could maybe just use as an example the New Northeast project that we're recommending, I think that really speaks to the ratio. That's estimated at a $97 million total project. We're recommending $4 million of funding to include affordable housing. So rough math, that's just over 4% of the project costs. So as an offset for that, when you're putting 4% into a deal, you probably don't have enough leverage to say, hey, here's what we're going to do with this entire project.
Right.
And so we're getting, as a trade-off, not only those 59 under 80 units, but also 66 under 120. And so just in terms of some other numbers, with that project, the per unit development cost is just over $233,000 per unit. Our dollars recommended to go into that would provide a subsidy for those affordable and workforce units of $32,258 per unit. And I think we have captured that in some of the background materials. We can also provide it in other ways. When I look at that, and when I met with FAST, we had a conversation about that when we look at the resolution and those targets, if this was a 59-unit under 80 project that we were putting $4 million into, we'd probably be all in agreement that that was a good project.
Right.
It's kind of what we're doing here, but we're also leveraging the construction of a total of 415 units. So, those are some overview numbers on the new Northeast. Similarly, for the Washington Avenue Park.
So hang on one second. With that project you're talking about, you had $4 million that we're putting into that project for 59 units under 80%. And the way I look at that, that's 59 out of the 415 total units, correct?
That's correct.
So you're over 10%, and I don't know, I don't have my calculator with me, but you're 12, 15% of the units that are going to be 80% and under, and then another equal amount, so close to 25% of the project is going to have less than 120 AMI. So about half and half, under 120, under 180. So you have 120, so 25, and we're only putting in 4% of the project cost.
Just over 4%, right?
So there's some story there that would be, be nice to be able to share. That's clear that we're getting I don't even want to say a good deal, but I think we're getting in on a project that is really a nice project. And to the point about the best practices today is a mixed project unit. That's a pretty good way to get in on it. Yes, I mean, is that that's what we're saying?
It is, and each project's going to be different because some others are going to get tax credits, so they're going to bring other funding sources, and so we're going to have to look at these individually to determine whether it's like a but-for project, like you do on economic development. But for this, then the project wouldn't happen, right? Or we wouldn't get the affordable units. But it also depends upon other funding sources. If they're successful with a tax credit program, well, then they'll need less subsidy from us. So it's even hard to compare the projects between each other because you have to look at the other funding sources. That's the reason we hired the third-party firm to be able to do that. One of the, we're kind of used to economic development deals, and you go, okay, firm wants to come here. Well, they look at that margin. They say, if as an investment committee, I'm not going to put my money out unless I have a certain rate of return. Why would I do that? And so we're trying to find to where it's a reasonable rate of return, and that's how we're going to have to look at the projects. But we're going to have to look at all the various funding sources because we know the state and these tax credit programs are limited.
Well, you just said now that you have somebody that's helped you look through this and give you the assurances that you're talking about today. And maybe when we have an affordable housing project coming forward, we need to have a presentation to show that these numbers that we're talking about, these comparative numbers that say we're getting 4%, we're paying 4% of the project cost and getting 25% of the units. 12.5% under 80% and 12.5% more under 120. That's a pretty good story, I think, that maybe we haven't told the public visually. Maybe we could do that, and that would help. I'm not trying to make work here, but you've done the work.
I agree. We need to do that. I think we also need to step back and look at this yearly because if we look at each project as it comes through, you're going to have some that are going to be more with, affordable housing, others that'll be more mixed. It's going to change, but I think the scorecard will be over time.
Okay. Commissioner Gerard.
I think that's a good point, and they're not all going to be 100%. As much as we'd love to do that, to throw some money out there and have people do 100% affordable units, it's not going to happen that way. I also wanted to point out that we're allocating, if we approve this today, we're allocating $11 million of our first year of money, which is what you asked us to do, and it's only January. And we will be looking at this again this year. So we will be forwarding money into this fund, I believe, as we go along. So
I'm so sorry.
We should be happy.
Commissioner Flowers, again, patient, waiting.
We're all team members here, so we can wait. We're all talking about the same thing. So if you all recall last week, I talked about those entities that are primarily responsible for the 60% and below AMI, and that is typically our housing authorities. And I noticed even where, and something we haven't talked about today, I noticed where the St. Petersburg Housing Authority did submit applications both for the Jordan Park project as well as James Park. And then the city submitted for the Deuces Rising project. And all three of those projects took an aim at the 80% and below, but were were not financially ready. The project just couldn't come together. And so just to share for the public who may not have looked through all of the documents, projects were submitted, but two of them submitted their projects under a format that the guidelines of their project did not meet the funding. So I would strongly encourage those entities, and one said that they would go back and address one, the other they took a pass on. But I would strongly encourage them to go back and redress that, and here is why. Because for the example you just gave for the Northeast project, which the new Northeast that I was looking at, where we're looking at $233,735 per unit cost, the Jordan Park project would be $262,836. It's even more, and it's more because of the income structure. So just sharing for FAST, I'm sure their members are still listening, there were organizations that submitted, they just had some concerns within their application, but have been encouraged to please come back and reapply so that we could put them into the mix. The other is, again, last week I talked about the language that has been addressed for a number of years, which is dispersed poverty. Again, not putting complexes into communities that are 100%, 80% AMI and below. And we do have, we have a need for 80% and below. Some entities have opened up their Section 8 waiting list. But we also have a number of college students and other people who are moving into our community. They're at 120% AMI, so they don't make enough to qualify for a program. They make too little to be able to afford something that is not being subsidized. So when we're looking at the needs, we have to look across a spectrum, not just one particular group. And I am hopeful that maybe HUD will come up with some additional funding, we'll see, that can leverage for those 80% and below AMIs. But again, I just wanted to reiterate, there were projects that submitted completely for the 80% and AMI below. They just had some concerns in their application process. The last thing that I want to say is the way that you have it here for each sheet, because you have each project and then you have the financial outliers there. It probably would be that place that I would love to see what Commissioner Gerard is asking for. You know, what is the cost for the market rate, so that persons can see it, even when it's going out to the public, so that they can see it. But the only way we're going to do this is through partnerships. We will never, as the county, be able to completely pay for and provide enough affordable housing for every single person that needs it. And whatever happens in the future with our financial situation, which it probably will be in some distress, we still won't be able to provide enough. And so the only way we can continue to provide 80% and below and put a dent in the other areas is by partnering with individuals, so that we can move persons into mainstream housing. And then perhaps those individuals through time, the ones that are living in housing communities, because the intent is not that you live there all your life. The intent is that you be given some skill sets, some tools, and then that you move on so that someone else who's in need of that housing can then move in. It should be something that is circled through, not circle and stop. So I really encourage those projects that were not funded, that specifically targeted 80% and below, that they reapply appropriately under the guidelines that they would qualify, and then we can look at those in the future, and then we will be, you know, making those additional investments. So.
Out of the 18 projects, as Barry mentioned, applications that we've received, these are only 4. There are 14 applications that we will be reviewing in the next 90 days. Mm-hmm. Many of the ones that you mentioned are in that group. Mm-hmm. We do believe that we will be bringing before you several of those projects in the next 90 days. Many of those are under 80% AMI, mm-hmm. And so you will be seeing other projects that will be coming before you in the next 90 days.
And here's my last question. I know, I'm sorry. It's going to be okay.
No.
I've been quiet all day. But housing is my thing. I just have a question. I'm sure you all do, but do you have like an exit with those entities who may be submitting and really miss the mark in their application? Because there's one project on here, I know the community, I know it's in great need, but of all of the categories that you have here, they only met one, which means there's some disconnect in their application process or submission ability. So do you all have that kind of exit on here's how you could improve?
At the end of the 90 days, we're going to be regrouping with all of those 14 that were not recommended. And at the end of the 90 days, that will be the end of the cycle, the first cycle of the application. So you have the opportunity to reapply, but we will be having conversation with all of those applicants and what they can do to reapply. But they have that 90-day window where they can be recommended if they make the adjustments that they need to make.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for your patience.
Thank you, Commissioner Flowers. I think, has everybody had their questions answered? I think it was a worthwhile conversation because I think, the more we're clear, the more others are clear too. So anything else from you all? Barry? Okay. And did we make a motion? I think we made a motion already, didn't we, a long time ago? No, we did not? Oh, see, I knew if I guessed that way, it was the other way. So do I have a motion for that now?
Second. Pat made a motion.
Pat and Commissioner Flowers. Okay. Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, we move on to item 26.
This is an update to the Memorandum of Understanding with the University of Florida Institute for Food and Agricultural Sciences for the staff that we have out here, and we recommend approval.
I have a motion by Commissioner Peters and a second by Commissioner Gerard. Are there any questions? This is item 26. I don't have anybody here. Do you have anybody that I missed?
I do not have anybody who has pre-registered to speak on agenda item number 26.
Go ahead and open it up then.
Okay. At this time, if there is any member of the public who wishes to comment virtually on agenda item number 26, please raise your hand in the Zoom application or press star 9 on your telephone. And Mr. Chair, there is no individual who has raised their hand to speak on this item.
Okay, thank you. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item 27.
This is change order number 3 with Keystone Excavators. This is for our North County satellite project. There were some changes to the site, some bad soils and things like that. $197,000 change order, $108,000 will be reimbursed by Florida Department of Transportation.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Peters, second by Commissioner Long. Any questions? And I don't have anybody that's pre-registered on my calendar, so do you have anybody over there?
I do not have any individuals who have pre-registered on this, but I can open it up. At this time, if there is any member of the public who wishes to comment on virtually on agenda item number 27, please raise your hand in the Zoom application or press star 9 on your telephone. And Mr. Chair, there are no individuals who have raised their hand.
Okay, thank you. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Number 28.
This is a road transfer interlocal agreement with the city of Pinellas Park for a portion of road.
Motion by Commissioner Peters and second by Commissioner Long. Any questions? None? I don't have any pre-registered. Go ahead and check.
I do not have any individuals who have pre-registered, but I will open it up at this time. If there is any member of the public who wishes to comment on agenda item number 28, please raise your hand in the Zoom application or press star 9 on your telephone. And Mr. Chair, I do not have any individuals who have raised their hand.
Thank you, Kat. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Number 29.
This is amended and restated agreement with Carousel Industries. This is for the maintenance repair of our 911 equipment, $4.2 million.
Move approval.
Motion by Commissioner Long and second by Commissioner Peters. Any questions? And again, Kat?
I do not have anybody who has pre-registered to speak on this item, but at this time, if there is any member of the public who wishes to comment virtually on agenda item number 29, please raise your hand in the Zoom application or press star 9 on your telephone. And Mr. Chair, there are no members of the public who have raised their hand.
Okay, thank you. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item 30.
It's an agreement with Charter Communications, aka Bright House Networks. This is for BTS and their Ethernet wide area network services, $828,000 a year over 5 years.
Second.
4 or 5 years.
A motion by Commissioner Peters and second by Commissioner Long. Any questions? Okay, Kat.
And Mr. Chair, I do not have any individuals who pre-registered to speak on this item, but I will open it up for comment at this time. If there are any members of the public who wish to comment virtually on agenda item number 30, please raise your hand in the Zoom application or press star 9 on your telephone. And Mr. Chair, I do not have any members of the public who have raised their hand.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Going to County Attorney update.
This discussion that we have on here, the redistricting update, we did have a bit of a discussion at last week's agenda review. So just again to follow up for some of the folks that may not have been tuning in to last week's meeting. What you have before you, we've included several items in your backup, including a memo that I sent to each one of you that discusses the redistricting board, which is a new board that was created by charter amendment in 2016. So this will be the first time that the County Commission has redistrict using this process. So the redistricting board is 11 members, and 7 of those members are to be nominated by each of the 7 commissioners. This was a question that you posed last week. Were the appointments specifically made by the commissioners, or were they appointed by the board as a whole? And the answer to that, much like many of the other boards that you all make appointments to, is the citizen appointments for each of those 7, I'll call them district representatives, are nominations by each of the 7 of you that will be approved by the commission as a whole. To be specific to those citizen appointees, again, one of the things, and that's in the memo, the appointees may not be an elected official at any level. So no city council, no state, no level of elected official. They must reside, the appointments that each one of you make must be a citizen that resides within your county commission district. So that's one requirement there. Another question that one of you raised last week was on page 2 of the memo. There are some guidelines that your redistricting board must follow in regard to developing their proposals. The county commission itself, which is the final decision maker here, is not constrained by those elements that are contained within your charter. Those are factors that apply only to the proposals to be brought forward to you that are made by the redistricting board. Now, the county commission will be constrained in the long run by general case law and principles, the Voting Rights Act, that govern redistricting. And I will bring forward at some point in the future a memo that outlines some of those principles that you all will be constrained by when you eventually make the final decision on the redistricting of your 7 districts. So again, we did talk a little bit last week, but really this is before you so that you can ask questions, and that staff can get some input from you. Another thing that is included as part of the agenda today is a proposed press release that would go out to solicit applicants for these 11 spots. So each of the 7 of you have your own nomination to make. So you can utilize this process, you can choose not to. What I'm going to propose, the way that the press release reads now, is it says applications are being accepted to fill 11 appointments. I'm going to propose that we just go ahead and change that to say up to 11, so that if any of you decide you don't want to use the process, that's fine. If you all want to use it, that's fine as well. I understand that the way the application is already prepared to be posted is that there is a drop-down menu that an applicant can select that will allow them to choose a nomination from any one of your districts or to be one of the 4 seats that will be at large. So that is already built into the application process so that any of you, again, that want to take advantage of this would be able to look at who may have said that they wish to be your nominee. So that is something that we do want to go ahead and get out, you know, out into the community because of the constrained timeframes for us to accomplish this. I will tell you, I was looking at the census website while we've been meeting here today, and what it says now is they will be sending that data as close to April 1st as possible. So the deadline in any normal year would be April 1st. Of course, the collection of data was impeded by COVID, so I know that the federal government is doing what they can to get that data out. All that said, it's very important, I believe, for us to go ahead and get these 11 members seated so that as soon as we do get that information, we can get the process started. The charter provides the redistricting board 150 days to develop 1 or more proposals to bring forward to the board, and then the county commission, by the charter, is given 60 days to make a final decision once those proposals come forward. Again, I mentioned this last week, but the county commission also, to be consistent with Florida statute, must complete this process by the end of this calendar year. So we need to be done by the end of 2021. So with that said, this really is just to get direction, like I said. Actually, let me mention one other thing. What we added into the press release, which is not a part of your charter, is that applicants must reside in Pinellas County and be a registered voter. So those are things that are not specific in the charter, but we did go ahead and add in here. It's up for discussion here whether, you know, we want to go ahead and keep those requirements. So those are some of the points. This press release is ready to go, but with the one change that I mentioned we would make in saying filling up to 11 appointments, but really this is before you for the opportunity to discuss it, and if you're satisfied with this press release, your staff is going to go ahead and release that so that we can get some nominations or some applicants, with the hope being that you all would make your selections in March. I believe you only have 1 meeting in March, so it would be at that meeting.
Okay.
And with that, I'll open it up for questions.
So I think, first of all, the 2 things that you said there at the end, I want to make sure, get a feeling from us here that we agree with that they have to be a resident and they have to be a registered voter. I just want to make sure that we're all nodding heads in agreement with that, Renee. I want to make sure everybody, okay. I'm not hearing anything to the contrary, so we will absolutely include that. And it sounds, unless I hear differently, that everybody wants to be included as a part of that press release, the way you designed it. Well, that allows us to select from folks.
It will.
Yeah.
It will. Again, it's going to read up to 11, so you all be free. If you have an applicant, you know, you're free to bring that person forward as your nominee to this board, or you could choose to use this process. I'm going to go ahead and word it a little bit more openly so that it will leave that up to your discretion.
So to back it up, then we're going to be approving this group probably in the March meeting.
Correct.
So everything kind of needs to be done, applications in by, what does it say on your?
What we have stated in the press release is the applications are due February the 4th.
Okay.
Because that'll give staff time to get the agenda item properly on the agenda within the time constraints for that process as well.
And that'll give us some time to look through it, and if we want to talk to anybody, we can do whatever we need to do.
Correct.
Okay.
Admittedly, it's a short time frame, but again, this is a compressed time frame. So.
And just, if you'll let us know how much time we have from that February 4th deadline to give our kind of choices so that it can get on the staffing, that would be helpful. Any other questions from anybody here? Okay. I think you have your mark. Anything else?
No, that's it.
Okay, and now we're going to move on to Barry's report. And Barry, first of all, let me apologize for missing the EMS video. It was a lot going on, and I forgot to bring that up. So if you, I know you wanted to do that now, so.
Yeah, if we could. We want to run the video for the staff. We put together a video, but because of all the stuff and the new environment we're in, we didn't get a chance to run that. This kind of shows and highlights some of the great work that our emergency management folks are working on.
We have now 8 new cases in the state of Florida. 2 men in Pinellas County, ages 67 and 64.
There's a pandemic spreading in Pinellas County. Businesses are closing. People are out of work. Hospital staff are worried about a spike in cases. How will the county respond? Can you imagine if your job was to answer that question? That's exactly what Pinellas County's emergency management team faced last spring. It was uncharted territory, but this team of trailblazers didn't want things to get worse. They looked ahead and activated a county-wide response. They knew that tackling COVID-19 would mean connecting public, private, and nonprofit partners. Very quickly, they brought committees together to manage everything from food and behavioral health to protective equipment. The team also sought partners and handled logistics for nearly 90,000 COVID-19 tests. And they coordinated warehouse operations to store and deploy protective equipment and cleaning supplies to nursing homes, hospitals, and vulnerable communities. As the pandemic continued, the team adjusted, adapted, and pivoted, sometimes within the hour, to meet new challenges every day. Emergency management and the County Information Center kept the public informed, answering more than 10,000 phone calls and collaborating on hundreds of videos, social media posts, and even a mask distribution program. While responding to the pandemic, the team guided the public through the most active hurricane season on record. They adapted sheltering plans to allow for social distancing and increased cleaning. When Hurricane Eta approached, they were prepared to activate shelters and handle both the pandemic and the storm. And today, even though the county does not control vaccine distribution, emergency management is working with the state and other health partners to support and improve the vaccination rollout. This team was thrown an incredible challenge. Not only did they rise to the challenge, they set a new standard of excellence. For their no mountain too high attitude and unprecedented response to an unimaginable challenge. We are profoundly thankful for our emergency management team. Their ingenuity, creativity, and dedication quite literally saved lives. We honor and thank them for their unparalleled achievements in 2020.
And again, you won't find a more dedicated group of individuals. And we're certainly honoring our emergency management team, but there's many other departments that have been part of that team that have augmented those work, and they just do it willingly, and they are there for the right reason. So tremendously dedicated folks. I've had a real pleasure getting to know them, and I just can't say enough good things
And
about
Barry, you're planning to bring forward a group or an individual every quarter. That's my understanding.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we're gonna modify. We're trying to get back into a kind of a new routine. We are going to modify our recognition program to where we bring them in quarterly, and we're going to tie it into a more formal recognition program within departments that Rodney's working on with them. So
great,
and we're kind of bringing that back out slowly. Got a couple other items. One, you received a request for naming of a building. And so you have a policy in place, and so I'll be briefing each one of you at our one-on-ones about that policy. We'll walk through it and just remind you of the policy. It requires that you will schedule it then for a discussion. If in fact you want to move forward, then you would name a committee that would look at that. So you can be thinking about that, but I'll review that with you on your one-on-ones. And then if you want to move forward, we'll schedule for a time, for your discussion. And then lastly, just a reminder that we have strategic planning. Even though we're kind of still in COVID mode, we do have strategic planning, kind of dust off our plans, where we're at. The things, all of our other big initiatives are still going on. And so we'll make sure and just kind of a recheck where we're at, what new initiatives that we see coming down, and make sure that we're in sync with your priorities. And that'll occur on the 21st.
21st, okay.
Those are the items that I have.
What's that?
Will that be here?
That is at the Hilton, Carolyn Park.
Oh.
Okay. Is that all you had?
That's it.
Okay, thank you. All right, we're going to move on to County Commission. We have some appointments here. Item 33 is my appointment to the LPA. Rod Coleman is that appointment. I need a motion and a second for that.
So moved.
Commissioner Gerard made the motion, and Commissioner Flowers made the second. I guess we need to ask if, I don't have anybody that's registered, but go ahead and check.
At this time, if there are any members of the public who wish to comment on agenda item number 33, please raise your hand in the Zoom application or press *9 on your telephone. And Mr. Chair, there are not any members of the public who wish to comment.
Okay, thank you. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item 34, reappointment to Feather Sound Community District by Commissioner Flowers for, I think it's Michelle Ludwig. Commissioner Gerard made the motion. Commissioner Peters made the second. Again.
At this time, if there are any members of the public who wish to comment on agenda item number 34, please raise your hand in the Zoom application or press *9 on your telephone. And Mr. Chair, there are not any members of the public who wish to speak on this item.
Okay. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Number 36, reappointment to the Parks and Conservation, probably conversation too, Resources Advisory Board by Commissioner Flowers for Daniel Sabercall. Commissioner Peters made the motion. Commissioner Gerard made the second. If you can check for item 35.
At this time, if there are any members of the public who wish to comment on agenda item number 35, please raise your hand in the Zoom application or press *9 on your telephone. And Mr. Chair, there are not any members of the public who wish to comment on this item.
Okay, thank you. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. And finally, number 36, which is an appointment to Pinellas Historical Commission by Commissioner Flowers. You think she might have just been elected by all these appointments. And she's motioning or making Terry Lipsy Scott her nominee. Okay, motion by Commissioner Long and second by Commissioner Peters. If you can check, please. Item 36.
At this time, if there are any members of the public who wish to comment on agenda item number 36, please raise your hand in the Zoom application or press *9 on your telephone. And Mr. Chair, there are not any members of the public who wish to speak on this item.
Okay. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Moving on to item 37, which is really commission new business. Does anybody have anything that they would like to bring forward? Commissioner Justice.
Did you want this to also be kind of like our old boards and committee reports as well at the same time?
Yeah, and those would be more pertinent and timely ones. I remember when we did it before, like I was going through, everybody was going through all of their reports, and probably isn't necessary, but when there's pertinent information, I think it is. So, yeah, go ahead.
Just a quick Tampa Bay Estuary program for organizations interested in a Tampa Bay Environmental Restoration Fund program. Those grants are available, and application deadline is March 19th. Any project that would protect, restore, or enhance the natural resources of the estuary. Second, we had our Area Agency on Aging meeting yesterday, and we were happy that the Florida Department of Elder Affairs has continued level funding for us at $7.9 million to fund services under the Older Americans Act. That's your Meals on Wheels, congregate dining, et cetera. And that's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Seal. Turn your mic on. Thanks.
Wanted to just say I'm sorry that we're losing Ken Jacobs, but also thrilled for him. He, of course, has been, we started the ITS ATMS program back in about 2005, and it has just morphed and changed and gotten better, and we're in kind of the final process of it. But in the meantime, you know, we just got a $4.6 million federal grant for connected technology. So, I mean, it's so cool to see how this is going to change. But thank you, Ken, for excellent job and for being a leader in this area in the United States, right here in Clearwater, Florida.
And he has
Pinellas
an
County.
agenda item for the 4th, so he'll be here before you, so you can thank him in person.
Okay, I wasn't sure, so.
Yeah, he has, I want to make, so yeah, we do have, he'll be here, so yeah, you can, just so you know.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else? Anybody else? Okay, I just real quickly, first of all, my goal was to make the first part of the meeting about 45 minutes, and we went over, so I apologize for that. We'll try to tighten that up a little bit. There was some conversation about the paramedics that were working overtime for the program that we're going to stand up. Somebody made the comment that it was volunteer. I just wanted to make sure for our residents, it will be overtime charges that we're fronting that money for, just for clarification.
They're volunteering to do it, but yes, they are being paid overtime.
Thank you. Yeah. I just want to make sure that, yeah.
and I did, communicate this to the cities. This is a regional program where we are going to assume the cost of that.
And it's a big deal because their hours are so different anyway. So to be stepping up and doing this, I think is great. I know we'll try to get those funds back in a different way, but
we will.
But it's really important that we do this. So I'm really happy to see the commitment. The other thing, I've been thinking about the wellness discussions that we've had the last 10 months, different residents calling us and challenging us to talk about wellness here. So I'm going to talk to Dr. Cho, and maybe you all could think about bringing somebody in that can talk about either physical, emotional, or nutritional wellness from time to time. I'd like to be introducing that for our residents as ways to plug in. The only other thing I would say is that we do have Tampa Bay workshop this month, and we have an MPO workshop this month. There's a lot of workshops at the beginning of the year, just trying to get things going. And the last thing I wanted to ask you is, we made a grace period for this meeting, and I would just like to make one more meeting that way, if you guys won't kill me, that we'll just do the second meeting in January they'll register the same way. Please, everybody, try to get registered the day before if you're not going to be here. You can come here in person and register here that morning. And if for some reason you mess up and want to get in that morning, we'll allow that. Kat, or whoever, hopefully you'll be here, but if whoever is here, that we'll pass that along, that we'll be having that second and final grace period meeting, okay? Yes? I'm so sorry.
I know. I've been so quiet, you don't
You
even
have
know
been,
I'm
I am so
here.
sorry. Commissioner Long, go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to, we had quite a discussion at our workshop last week about the work that Hank Cody's been doing on our resilience and sustainability, and I wanted to make sure that you all knew about that terrific grant that he received that's going to be shared by our region. I couldn't be more proud of him, and that's a really good sign that we're moving forward in the right direction. Secondly, I wondered, Jewel, if you might be willing to share the update that we talked about yesterday with regard to where we are with our opioid litigation, because there are several of us that have a deep interest in that subject matter.
I can, and if you give me just one moment to pull up what I was looking at when I spoke with you. Commissioner Long did pose that question last week, and I spoke with her individually about it, but for the benefit of the others of you here, and the majority of this report is not necessarily specific to our case, it's more general as to what's going on across the country with opioid litigation. As all of you, I'm sure, are aware from reading many of the news reports, many of the distributors have filed for bankruptcy because of, or at least contributed to by the mounting claims against the companies. As far as timelines go, what you see referred to as like the big three distributors, that's McKesson, Cardinal Health, and AmerisourceBergen, reported back in November in their bankruptcy filings. They indicated that they anticipated paying a combined total of $21 billion out in claims, and that's across the board for all the claims that they have pending nationwide. Johnson & Johnson has filed reports indicating that they anticipate paying up to $5 billion in claims to settle with the governmental entities that have filed suit. There is also a bankruptcy case that's been filed, pardon me, I don't know if I'm saying this right, by Mallinckrodt. That one is still a bit early in its stages, so there isn't that kind of information available just yet Purdue is continuing to move forward in bankruptcy. So that's some of the information that we're getting as far as potential dollar amounts, just based on filings that have been made in bankruptcy court for the various bankruptcy proceedings that are ongoing. There are some trials being set in various regions throughout the country. Keep in mind some of the difficulties in having trials these days because of COVID. I'm sure many of you read that trials have been suspended here in the Sixth Circuit because of infection rates. Courts are having, I think, a particularly difficult time moving forward jury trials because of the pandemic. That said, there was supposed to be a trial coming forward this month that looks like it has now been postponed to a date to be determined in the future. We currently have scheduled in May a trial to begin in West Virginia with some of the cities and counties in that region. There is also a trial scheduled to start in October of this year in the state of Ohio that involves a couple of the counties there. New York, in the state of New York, was anticipated to have some trials starting in February or March, but as of now, they have not been scheduled. So the chances of them happening in February or March are pretty slim. That's what we're seeing sort of going on around the country. Those are some of the dollar amounts that we've seen filed in the bankruptcy proceedings. We continue to monitor things here in the state of Florida and work in concert with some of the other local governments and the Attorney General as far as what a settlement may eventually look like here in the state of Florida with the various local governments that do have litigation pending.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Just one more. And then I did want to ask you, Barry, maybe we're going to take this up during our strategic planning session, but do you remember way back when we started talking about you were having a survey, you had retained a consultant to do a survey of our buildings throughout the county and what we were going to end up doing with them. And I was curious if there was any discussion amongst your leadership team about how the pandemic has changed the way in which we're working and maybe our needs for office space and all of that sort of thing may be changing as a result.
So we have a team that's working on that as we speak. And so they're working with all of our constitutional officers and appointing authorities. The firm's meeting with them, talking about options, alternatives, like type services, things you'd like to group together, ways of creating efficiencies in the way we operate, and, flex space and options for people to kind of rethink how they do their work. We had put that on hold this year because we were scheduled to do it earlier, but we really wanted departments to have time to kind of figure this out, kind of the new way of working. And so we've kicked that off. They're going to be working on that over the next several months, and we'll be bringing back the findings that we have out of that sometime probably later this spring, early summer.
I can't help but think that it might free up considerable amounts of dollars within our budgets potentially.
Don't know about that, but but I do think it'll help us organize our space better. I think that one of the, even believe it or not, I just had our first budget meeting for the 2022 budget. And one of the things we really talked about is we learned a lot about technology and how to use technology and how to operate differently. Things that the public would want to come in and have in person. They're getting more used to doing things online, and so I think departments are working through that throughout the county, and I think you'll see that in both the way they propose for their budget and also what they're thinking long-term post-COVID on how they'll operate.
Thank you. That's all, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And yeah, Barry, that's a great point. I'm glad you brought that up, Commissioner Long. And we also have that same homework assignment as it relates to the commission area. So there'll be will be kind of the assistants will be talking to each other, and then it'll involve us at some point to get input into that plan. So how do we want our chambers to be? Not the chambers, but also probably not the chambers, but our office area. How many conference room storage areas, that kind of thing. So we'll be weighing in on that as well as part of that exercise. And then last thing, I just wanted to thank all the assistants and Stacy and Della for working with Kim to get me ready for this meeting. It's first one, obviously, and I really thank you for that. And thank you, Kim. And we are adjourned.